Audio check for, well, no audio. No audio. Okay, quick. Whoa. Yeah, that was hot. Turn me way down. Turn it down. Turn this one down. All right, turn. Okay, yeah. You're on yellow, right?
Huh?
Yellow.
I think so.
Just turn it down a little bit more. That way I can try to get loud. Okay.
Okay, it's not. Okay, so it's not that one.
Try red.
No, it's.
Red cable.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think that's it. Yep. All right, checking out House PA audio test 1 2 1 2. Other mic. Other mic.
No, because it's got blue wrapped around the base there. Oh, okay. I see.
All right, audio check. House PA. Mic 2. Mic 1. Mic 2. Mic 1. Mic 2. Good morning, everybody.
right, everybody. It is day 3. Good morning, everybody. I know it's too early for this, but we're doing it anyway. We got our first game of day 3, IHOD 2025, about to get underway here between the St. Louis Gatekeepers and the Race City Rebels. Alongside Stephen K., I'm Star Spangled Hammer. We're going to be bringing you the first game of the day, our morning game, or actually at this time of day, I guess it'd be brunch, but our brunch bout. So let's do some rosters. First off, the St. Louis Gatekeepers, 0260 Spin Diesel, 12 Shred Astaire, 1337 Beastie, 14 Loki Doki, 15 Bolt Action, 1691 Jamie Pacquiao, 18 Slaytoven, 1990 Yoshi Denali, 23 Scarly Davidson, 297 Maneki, 3 Thighs, 30 Trauma, 32 Sheesh, 39 Evie, 4 Soul, 5 Lethal Objection, 55 Static Shock, and 567 Splatter, 708 Badger the Witness, 787 Adam Midwest. Gatekeepers are coached by Chops.
And introducing your Race City Rebels, the Rebels starting off number 116, Ursa Mamer, number 12, Razor, 123 is Diamond, 17, Shaggy, 18, Flipper, 205, Ricky Bobby, 22, It's a Trap, 31, Floppy Joe, 33, KID, 34, Grimace, 55, Blint, 57, Rowdy, 687, LC Hammer, 70, Doc Flatliner, 73, Lynn, 77, Roller Coaster, 81, Steph, 813, True Blocker, 823, Stretch Harmstrong, and 84, Wham Bam.
All right, starting off on the Derby Beast Jam line, that's going to be Shred Astaire for the Gatekeepers, and for Race City, that is Blint. So Shred Astaire is out first. However, he does not get past all 4, so he will not be lead jammer. So lead jammer still open for Blint.
Shred with one to block it. Pass breaks up, picks up the 4. Still no lead jammer yet. 30 seconds into our first jam.
Blint, a former Gatekeeper skater, now skating with Race City.
Shred being brought back to that Derby Beast jammer line on that inside checkouts, working on a second pass. Blint still working an initial pass. And there's Shred on the inside, turn 1, picking up a second scoring pass. Blint checked down the inside, brought back to the inside of turn 4. And Shred on his third pass.
Blint has taken off the jammer cover, so this will be a 2-minute jam.
40 seconds left on jam time for that. Shred with a couple to get past up front. Bridging them out to turn 2 and breaks away in the far straightaway, 4 points. 4x4 for Shred Astaire and the Gatekeepers to start off jam 1. Final 15 on the jam time. And it looks like Race City's going to lose Grimace to a forearms as jam time ends.
So full 2-minute jam, no lead jammer ever established. 20 points on the board for the Gatekeepers. Loki Doki now on the Derby Beast jammer line for the Gatekeepers. Looks like Razor out there for Race City.
Loki cuts to the outside, comes away first out of turn 1, lead jammer. And Loki hits the pack already. Razor's still working that initial pass. And Loki picking up 4. And Race City losing Rowdy to a directional out of turn 2. Loki on a second scoring pass now. Or excuse me, a third. Loki's fourth pass, picking up points and calling it off with Razor on a scoring pass. Going to be a 3-point pass, total 15-0 that jam.
Jamie Pacquiao now on the Derby Beast jammer line for the Gatekeepers.
I think I saw Floppy Joe for Race City.
Floppy Joe, what a great name.
Actually, I think it's a trap maybe.
No, I think that is Floppy Joe.
Okay. I got to get my eyes checked. New glasses. We need an eye sponsor, scoreboard sponsor.
Floppy Joe picks up lead jammer, Race City.
Floppy Joe picking up 2-0. And we had a forearms being called there. Didn't see who it was on.
That was Grimace headed to the CVM penalty box. So Trauma now on the Derby Beast jammer line for the Gatekeepers. That's Blint out there again for Race City. Trek cut the call on Trauma, so we're going to have our first power jam here for Race City.
And Blint with the jump on the inside lane, coming away lead jammer.
It's not too often you see somebody jump the straightaway.
No. I can safely assure you, you will never see me jump the straightaway.
Power jam comes to an end as Trauma re-enters play.
Blint breaks out, picks up those 4 points. Race City is on the board. Or excuse me, adding to the board, rather. Second pass for Blint. Blint starting the third pass with Loki rolling up on a scoring pass, going to call it off. 3 points, total of 11 for Race City that jam, with their 2 previous taking them to 13.
Static Shock now out there on the Derby Beast jammer line for the Gatekeepers. And for Race City, I think it's Ricky. It's a trap. And Static Shock, your lead jammer. The first GK penalty goes to Yoshi as he takes a seat in the CVM penalty box. Sorry, should say first blocker penalty. Trauma with the jammer penalty earlier. So 1 point there on that jam for the Gatekeepers. Shred a stare out there for the Gatekeepers. Razor for the Race City Rebels, and Razor is going to be your lead jammer, Race City.
2 points for Race City. That's nice to see chat's awake.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Floppy Joe out there for Race City. Going to be going up against Loki Doki for the Gatekeepers.
Loki up first. And Floppy drove back to turn 4. Loki Doki down a scoring pass. Floppy Joe breaks out on an inside lane runaway. And Loki Doki getting smothered at turn 1. I'm going to go ahead and call it off with Floppy Joe rolling up 3-0 jam.
Blint takes the line again for Race City, going up against Jammy Pacquiao for the Gatekeepers.
Jamie goes for a jump off of turn 1. Gets recycled behind the pack. Tries to take the inside lane at turn 1. Gets checked out in the inside as well. Went checked down the inside, brought back to turn 4. Jamie gets on the outside of turn 1, coming away lead.
A hard-fought lead jammer there.
Getting low and getting through, picking up 4. It looks like Star passed off to Diamond, making that initial. Here comes Jammy getting low on the outside. I'm going to call it.
Penalties assessed there at the end of that jam. Looks like Shaggy sitting in the CVM penalty box for Race City. So Gatekeepers will be up 4-3 in the pack to start this next jam.
3 finals signaled for Jammy on that last jam, total of 7 for Gatekeepers.
Trauma on the line now for the Gatekeepers, going up against, trying to make out who that is. It's a trap back out there for Race City.
And Trauma out first, lead jammer.
Forearm call on Kid.
Pack's still at the Derby Beast jam line at the moment. As Trauma rolls around on the scoring pass. Keeping the toe stops moving, pushes past, and picks up the 4. Gatekeepers loses one of their blockers, and Trauma finds an outside lane, picking up another 4. It's a trap check down the far side, being brought back to turn 2. And Gatekeepers losing on our blockers. 1 returns. 4-on-3 advantage in the pack for Race City as they're bridging out. And Jammy gets out, Trauma gets out, picking up 4 more.
12 points so far on this jam. Yoshi now going to take a seat in the penalty box. And Adam Midwest as well. So GK's down to 1 blocker currently as Adam reports to the penalty box. And Trauma going to call that one off as this a trap starts to approach the back of the pack. So a 12, actually looks like it's going to be a 15-point jam. 16, actually. Fifteen-point jam there for Trauma. Static Shock now out there for the Gatekeepers, going up against Razor for Race City. GK's down 2 blockers.
Race City losing number 12 for forearms there. Razor.
So now we got a power jam here as Razor picks up a forearm. Static Shock, your lead jammer.
Evie trying to clear a path for Static to get through, and Race City is stretched out. The pack's at the back, it looks like. Race City's losing Diamond. Headed over the CVM Sports penalty box. Static gets low, turns, takes the check, shrugs it off, and picks up 4.
Power jam comes to an end as Razor re-enters the pack.
Razor breaks out in that initial, and then Static's going to go ahead and call it off.
Smart play there. Static takes a look at the penalty box and at the bench and then calls that jam off. 1 blocker in the box for Race City. 4-on-3 pack advantage in favor of the Gatekeepers as Shred Astaire takes the Derby Beast jammer line for the Gatekeepers. I think we're going to see a timeout here. Yep, there it is. A Toy Division timeout taken by the Race City Rebels.
The Toy Division is an inclusive store and community for anyone who loves toys, video games, collectibles, and everything in between. Make sure you follow Toy Division on Instagram to find out about their next show appearance. Find the link on the IHOD linktree/IHOD.
So the score right now, 69-15 in favor of the Gatekeepers. 15:31 to go here in the first half of Game 1 of Day 3 of the 2025 edition of IHOD. It's been a great weekend so far. We had some wonderful games on our first day as the Chicago Brews Brothers defeated the Beekeepers in Game 1, 185-179. Game 2, Race City knocked off Y'all Hollow 192-122, and then Game 3, the Gatekeepers beat the Carolina Wrecking Balls 337-123. So busy day 1. Day 2, we had 5 games. We'll get to those here in a little bit as game play is about to resume. Shred Astaire out there for the Gatekeepers. Floppy Joe for Race City.
Roller Coaster headed to the CVM penalty box. No pack call and making an illegal contact there. Shred breaks out, scoring pass, picking up 4.
Thank you.
And Shred's second pass, another 4. Race City comes back to help out Roller Coaster. Shred with 1 block against pass, breaks out, 4 more. And Roller Coaster really still going after that initial pass. Race City coming back to help him. We got a track cut here. Now Shred going to be on a power jam. Roller Coaster getting caught on the track cut, headed over that CVM Sports penalty box. And Shred calls it off with that 3rd scoring pass, and now Gatekeepers, or 4th scoring pass, and Gatekeepers will start off on a power jam, power start.
It's going to be interesting to watch some of the strategy of the Gatekeepers today because I noticed that Annie Swanson's running the bench for the Gatekeepers. Saint, one of the coaches for Arch Rival, who likes to run jams long on a pretty regular basis. So it'll be interesting to see if Annie takes on the same strategy here as this game goes on. But Loki right now out there jamming for the Gatekeepers on the power jam.
Well, I guess I need to correct myself. The penalty last jam was on KID as they are jamming, starting off in the box. Loki Doki in that scoring pass now.
Beastie taking a seat in the penalty box. So the power jam comes to an end.
Splatter taking the ref lane to the CVM Sports penalty box.
Loki playing a little bit of defense, trying to kill some time to get Beastie out of the box.
We got some jammer and jammer offense right now.
Now Bolt and Scarley trying to race up to the front of the pack to take control. And look at that. Loki doing a nice job. Killed that penalty, killed both of those penalties, both Beastie and Splatter.
I'd say Loki was lucky right there.
What's that?
I'd say Loki was lucky right there.
Yeah, a little late on the call off. Jamie Pacquiao now out there skating, jamming for the Gatekeepers, and Jamie Pacquiao is going to be your lead jammer. Blint out there for Race City.
Pack has not moved off the jam line yet. Jamie finds an inside lane, gets low, and sneaks through the 4. Jamie through again, untouched. I think Race City's so focused on trying to help their jammer out right now. And that's Rowdy pivot putting on the star right now.
Most of the GK jammers have such good lateral movement that you've just got to clog up every single lane or they're going to find a spot.
Mm-hmm.
And a quick 12-point strike there for Jamie Pacquiao. Now on the Derby Beast jammer line, it's going to be Trauma. And I think that might be Floppy Joe out there. Yes, it is. Floppy Joe out there for Race City.
Trauma straight up the outside lane, lead jammer. I think we got a directional on one of our Gatekeepers here. Floppy Joe is out. Trauma at the front, breaks out. Picks up 4. Floppy Joe working the scoring pass the outside lane. Splatter going for a hip check. And Race City picking up 4. Trauma giving a little as she hits the pack. Picks up the 4 breaking out. And Floppy Joe right on her heels. 4 apiece. Couple whistles. We're losing a Race City blocker. Trauma out, picking up 4.
And just as expected, we're now seeing the Gatekeepers starting to run these jams a little long here. Race City with 8 points so far. Looks like they're going to get another 4 there at the end. So it's going to be a 12-12 jam, it appears. But a lot of time came off the clock as that jam went over a minute and a half. So Static Shock out there now for the Gatekeepers. And it's a trap jamming for the Race City Rebels, but picks up a track cut right off the bat. So now a power jam here for the Gatekeepers. Static Shock is just going to keep taking that outside line. Static Shock finally picks up lead jammer. It was a hard-earned one for sure. Race City down 2 blockers. Sorry, 1 blocker, 1 jammer. Power jam comes to an end as It's a Trap re-enters play.
And Gatekeepers losing a block or two, a multiplayer block there.
Got a star pass to Steph. Static Shock taking as much time off of that Badger penalty. Badger sitting in the penalty box, in the CVM penalty box for the Gatekeepers. Waited to the last second to call that jam off. 3 points there for the Gatekeepers. And it's going to be Razor out there for Race City going up against Shred Astaire for the Gatekeepers.
The Gatekeepers losing Evie, taking that roughly into the CVM Sports now 4-3 advantage in the pack for Race City. Razor, your lead jammer, hitting the pack now on a scoring pass.
Ooh, now we got a power jam here as Razor picks up a forearm call trying to work around the outside there.
So now have a 2-minute jam.
So Shred Astaire out, but not lead jammer. So this jam will go a full 2 minutes. Just about a minute off this jam clock already.
Evie rejoins Gatekeepers defense. We're back to full strength in the pack. And Razor's penalty time over as now rejoined the pack on a scoring pass. Checked out of turn 3 and brought back to turn 2. Here comes Shred on the scoring pass, picking up 4. Razor finds an inside lane of turn 4 and comes away with 4. Pack comes around the near straightaway as time ends.
So I think it's going to be a 5-7 jam in favor of Race City there. So some strong defense by the Race City Rebels. Giving up the power jam, but still coming out ahead on that jam.
And with that 2-minute jam, that takes us past the 4-minute mark.
Blint out there now for Race City on the Derby Beast jammer line. Loki Doki out there for the Gatekeepers.
Full strength in the plaque, and here comes Blint up the inside lane, coming away lead jammer. Loki gets tripped up in the middle of the pack. And I'm going to get it caught on a low block as they got tripped up.
Yeah, that was just one of those unfortunate penalties that you really have no control over. Loki went down in the middle of the pack, and a Race City skater tripped over her.
Blint breaks through, picking up 4 in the inside lane. Back holding the Top Sports pivot line as Blint breaks through. Pack starts starting ahead to the far straightaway now. Loki's time has ended. That'll be Loki's initial pass. And Blint breaks through, pick up the 4 with Loki on a scoring pass.
So 12-0 jam there for Race City. Brings our score to 125-46 in favor of the Gatekeepers. It's going to be Jamie Pacquiao out there now for the Gatekeepers, going up against, I believe that's Floppy Joe for Race City.
Pack rolls back to the jam line to start the jam. And Jamie out quick. Lead jammer. Gatekeepers losing Beastie to the box. Jamie's through, picking up 4. Floppy rolling up on the pack. Floppy finds an inside lane. Jamie goes for the outside of turn 3, calling it off as they go down. 3 final points signaled for the Gatekeepers.
Razor on the line now for the Race City Rebels. Trauma out there for the Gatekeepers. 4-on-3 pack advantage for Race City as Beastie sits in the penalty box right now for the Gatekeepers.
Lots of positioning as we roll up to the pivot line. Trauma working an inside of turn 1 right now. Trying to break through, gets pushed through.
So Trauma is out first, but did not secure lead jammer.
Trauma picking up 4. And Razor still working an initial pass. Razor checked out, going to be brought back all the way to the pivot line.
Oh, and a track cut call on Trauma, so now a power jam for Race City. Razor still trying to complete the initial pass. The GK defense is really stepping up here.
Razor checked back to the pivot line. Star passed off. Now Rowdy jamming for Race City.
So we got a star pass, but I guess it wasn't a legal star pass because it was handed back.
Four final points signaled for Gatekeepers. Yeah, I can imagine our referees going to get together to talk about this one for a second.
So I think that's going to do it for the half. Your current score, 140 Gatekeepers, 50 Race City. And that is going to be it. That's going to take us to intermission. So we're going to have an intermission, and then we'll be back with second half action, Game 1, Day 3, IHOD 2025. If I could have... Hello? Testing, testing, 1, 2, testing. If I could have everybody's attention for just a moment over here in the corner of turns 1 and 2. I understand somebody's birthday is today. And you know what that means. I can't let a birthday go to waste. So I'm going to need everybody's help. If I can get everybody's help here for just a minute, we're going to sing Sheesh Happy Birthday, all right? Are you all in for this? All right. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sheesh. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Sheesh. All right, about to get underway. Second half action between the Gatekeepers and the Race City Rebels. Quick rundown of our officials this game. Doesn't matter. Rough Draft, Tiny Tanium, Effin' Ref, Richie Cranium, Adam Splitter, Johnny Demonic, and then our NSOs Redbeard, Wolverine, Dexter, Candyman, Flintlock, Ria Culpa, Cupcake, Bon Appetit, and Arya Snark. So thank you to all of our volunteers and our ref crews here this weekend that make an event of this size and length possible. As we take a look at the Luther Corp scoreboard, the score: Gatekeepers 140, Race City Rebels 50. And it looks like to start this one off, it's going to be Shred Astaire out there on the Derby Beast jammer line going up against, that's Floppy Joe out there for Race City. Yoshi sitting in the penalty box for the Gatekeepers, so a 4-on-3 pack advantage in favor of Race City to start the second half.
Shred look for the inside of turn one. Checked down. Going to be brought back almost to the jam line. Floppy checked out, brought back as well. Here comes Shred to the outside of turn one. Lead jammer for GK. And Floppy able to find an outside lane, breaking through that pack. Evie getting caught on the directional. So Gatekeepers will lose a blocker. Shred picks up 4 and calls it off a 4-0 jam to start off our second half. I think I see Diamond. Oh, no, excuse me. That's not a star. That's just a silver helmet.
So we got an official timeout, looks like.
Maybe an unofficial timeout at the moment. Our NSOs say an official timeout.
I think there might be a bit of an injury situation with Evie as our paramedics, our medical staff are taking a look. So Splatter will take their seat in the penalty box in Evie's absence while they think Evie might be bleeding a little bit. They can't have somebody bleeding on the track, so they're going to patch that up. Now Splatter has been replaced in the penalty box by Adam Midwest. Playing some musical chairs right now in the CVM penalty box.
You get a seat, and you get a seat.
Yeah.
You get a penalty.
Yeah. Oprah over there handing penalties out.
Pack starts the pivot line, rolls back as the 5-second warning is called on the jam line now.
I got to appreciate the YouTube chat busting out the Predator references, saying that Evie ain't got time to bleed. Always appreciate a good Predator reference.
Shaggy's your lead jammer, and Loki's out on the initial pass. Razor gets caught on a penalty. So Razor told to return to the track now.
Yeah, some confusion there. A penalty was actually, a forearm call was called on 1-2-3. The problem is Razor is 1-2, and all they heard was the 1-2. So they're like, am I going off? No. Their ref is waving him. Now Razor is going off for a track cut. So now a full penalty box for the Race City Rebels.
And a 2-minute jam.
Yeah, and a 2-minute jam. That's right. Razor was the lead jammer. Loki cares not for 2-minute jams. This will not be a problem at all for Loki Doki.
Loki checked out of turn one, going to be brought back to the near straightaway. Oh, to the jam line now. Always got to watch those sneaky blockers going back further. Loki with one to get past at turn two. Breaks out, picking up 4. Penalty box cleared out now. Everybody back on the track. Razor works the outside lane. One blocker to get past. Transitions around. Picking up 4. Gatekeepers go back to hold back Loki. Race City's Diamond to hold Loki back as long as they can. Loki toe stops on the outside lane. Razor goes to work against Gatekeepers 4 wall as time runs out. 2 final points signaled for Race City. That'll put them up to 6 for this jam, and Loki coming away with 20 for the Gatekeepers. Just under 27 to go in the second half. Blint on the jam line for Race City. Jammy for Gatekeepers. Pack rolls back to start the jam, and Manny out first. Lead jammer for the Gatekeepers.
I have noticed that Jammy has removed the bow tie today and has today replaced it with a nice green bandana.
And Gatekeepers defense just holding the wall back at turn 4, allowing Manny to just keep running and picking up points. Blint
now
in the
a power
box.
jam as Blint takes a seat in the CVM penalty box. So Jammy now going to work. Oh, but now a track cut call on Jammy Pacquiao. So we're going to swap jammers. So a short power jam here for Blint.
Finds an inside lane. Toe stop hops through, making an initial pass. Gatekeepers losing the blocker. Manny up front gets past. Picking up 4. Last 30 seconds of jam 3. Blint picking up another 4 as well for Race City. And I check out on Jammy. That's going to be forearms on the Rebels blocker. Blint through, picking up 4. Jammy through, picking up 4. Blint through, picking up another. And Jammy get called on a low block there as the jam ends. Net score for that jam, 18 for the Gatekeepers, 12 for the Rebels for that 2-minute jam. Rebels will have a power start.
Yep, Floppy Joe out there on the Derby Beast jammer line. Race City down 1 blocker, 4-on-3 pack advantage for Gatekeepers.
And less common, pack lining up on the Top Sports pivot line to start. Gatekeepers losing a blocker to forearms. So power jam still underway and a 4-3 advantage in the pack for Rebels. Floppy Joe's first scoring pass.
Power jam comes to an end as Jammy re-enters play. Meanwhile, Floppy Joe putting up some points. 4 more there, 8 so far in this jam for Race City.
And Rebels losing a blocker now.
Rowdy taking a seat for Race City for a multiplayer block. So that jam comes to an end, a 12-0 jam there in favor of Race City. Trauma now out there on the Derby Beast jammer line for the Gatekeepers. So
Official timeout. Not an unofficial timeout, but an official timeout.
That's right. A toy division official timeout.
Of course, we all know Toy Division has those vintage toys, collectibles, and everything like that. They're all over social media. They're an inclusive store and community for anyone who loves toys, video games, collectibles, and everything in between. You can always find their link on the IHOD linktree/IHOD. Make sure to check out their Instagram to find out their next show appearances.
So yesterday we had 5 great games. In Game 1, Austin Anarchy victorious over Toronto Mixed Roller Derby 280 to 188. In Game 2, the Race City Rebels defeated the Carolina Wrecking Balls 235 to 120. Game 3, Toronto downed the Beekeepers 278 to 236. And in Game 4, Chicago defeats Austin 171 to 129. And then our nightcap, Game 5, the Gatekeepers beat Yalhalla 314 to 99. So that's your Day 2 rundown. Again, Day 3 here, Game 1, 2025 IHOD. So we're going to get back to action here in just a moment. GK's up in the pack, 4-on-3. It's going to be Trauma on the line. I believe it's a trap. That is, it's a trap out there for Race City.
Trauma pushing up the middle. One blocker to get past. Out of play. Got to let Trauma go.
Got a star pass by Race City. That's 77 Roller Keister.
Trauma check back on the outside of turn 1 and pack on the start of the far straightaway. Trauma finds an outside lane.
Roller Keister has also completed the initial pass. Trauma going to call that jam off before Roller Keister can put any points on the board for Race City. 1 point there for Trauma.
Total of 5, that jam.
Back in action here, and it is Razor's going to be your lead jammer for the Gatekeepers. Static Shock out there for the Gatekeepers. Sorry, Race City Razor is your lead jammer.
Diamond out of play, got to let Static go. Rebels go back to help to get their jammer through and going to call it off with Static rolling up on a scoring pass. Rebels picking up 2 and calling it off. 20 and a half on the game clock. I had to look and see how many games we had today. I actually didn't know.
Yeah, got 4 today. 3 more games, yeah.
First game of 4.
Yeah. So back in action here, and it's, I think that's Shred Astaire out there for the Gatekeepers.
Blintz
for the Race City Rebels.
Blintz one of the easiest for me to tell with that mane in the back.
Shred Astaire's your lead jammer.
And
Scarley and Evie sit in the penalty box right now.
Blint out, putting that star back on as Shred gets through, picking up 4 on the outside. Blint cuts to the outside, untouched. BC going to get a destruction of pack there. Now it's just Splatter solo blocking for the Gatekeepers. And now Evie joining Splatter up front. Race City's full strength. Blint on the inside, picking up another 4 points. Shred finds an outside lane, picking up another 4 for the Gatekeepers.
Yeah, as the second half goes on, you can bet that the Gatekeepers are going to run more of these jams long. Just
Absolutely.
To bleed time.
Right now with a 12-12 jam. 30 seconds left. And with 1 point, Gatekeepers going to cross the double century mark. Blint goes for the inside lane, picking up a final 4 as the jam gets called. And it looks like the Rebels coming away with a 2-point advantage. That one, 16-14.
So Loki Doki on the Derby Beast jammer line now for the Gatekeepers. For Race City, that is Floppy Joe.
Loki cuts the inside, comes away in the inside lane, lead jammer. Looks like Floppy Joe being brought back, checked out, and brought back to turn 3. Loki back in the pack on a scoring pass. Rebels are stretched out. Tripod up front, Loki's working against. Floppy Joe being brought back to behind turn 4 again. Gatekeepers controlling the back of the pack. Rebels controlling the front. Rebels lose Diamond, and now an assist for Loki to get through. One blocker to check off, shrug it off. Gets through, picks up the 4. Loki cuts the outside, takes a shoulder hit, checked out, going to be brought back the straightaway. Floppy Joe brought behind the jammer line. And 4 more for Loki. Rebels lose another blocker. Wham bam. He'll be hanging out with Diamond for a moment. And Floppy breaks out, I believe, initial pass. Loki on another scoring pass here. 4 more. I'm going to call it off. Down to 16.5 on game clock. 12-0 jam for Loki and the Gatekeepers. It's a trap, jamming for the Rebels. Jammy Pacquiao for the Gatekeepers. Rebels controlling the front of the pack, and Jammy finds an inside lane, break it away, lead jammer. Pack sets up, trying to find their position, holding up between turn 1 and 2. Jammy hits it, starts calling it off, getting those hips pass. 1 for the Rebels. And our inside jam ref's going to get us a clarification on the Gatekeepers' points. Looks like 3 for the Gatekeepers. Jammy picking up 3 for the Gatekeepers. 3-1.
So next up on the Derby Beast jammer line, that is Trauma for the Gatekeepers, Razor for Race City.
Penalty box is clear, and we're back to full strength of the pack. Rolling around to the far straightaway. Razor checked out of turn 2. Coming in behind the blocker. Trauma checked out, going to be brought back to turn 2. "30 seconds jam time down, and now we got our lead jammer. Trauma's going to be your lead jammer for jam number 10. Rebels now up a blocker in the pack. The Razor brought back to turn 3, and Trauma breaks out, picking up 4. Star passed off to True Blocka for the Rebels. And True Blocka finds an inside lane, picking up 4 at the last whistle. That'll take the Rebels past the century mark, now 103. Gatekeepers at 222 with their 6 points that jam. 13:33 in the clock.
Static shock out there for the Gatekeepers. It's Blint for Race City.
And Static out first, going to be lead jammer. The Blint checked out, brought back to behind the jam line. Static on a scoring pass, picking up 4. Splatter goes to play some O to help it get Static through. And it looks like picks up a penalty in that action. Star passed off for the Rebels. Rowdy now going to be putting on the Star, starting his pivot. And Static getting caught on the track cut here. Rowdy going to have a power jam. Checked out the inside of turn 1, brought back to the jam line. Checked out again, going to be brought back now to turn 4. Splatter's penalty time's over. Gatekeepers back to full strength in the pack. Nice penalty kill by the defense of the Gatekeepers here. Static has now returned to the track. Power jam has ended. Rebels go back up a blocker in the pack. And Static breaks on the outside right as jam time ends. 4 points. And Rowdy picking up 3 for the Rebels.
So 11:06 to go here in the second half. The Gatekeepers up 234 to 106 over Race City, and it's going to be Shred Astaire on the jammer line now for the Gatekeepers. And for Race City, that looks like a new jammer. That's Shaggy out there jamming for Race City now. And Shaggy's going to be your lead jammer here, Race City.
And Diamond just giving it to Shred Astaire, and Shred picking up a forearms on that. Rebels on the power jam. Shaggy can pick up some points. Finds an inside lane, picks up 4. Pack going backwards. One of the Rebel blockers up at the front, forming the pack with the Gatekeepers defense. smothering Shaggy on the pivot line.
Power Jam comes to an end as Shred Astaire re-enters play.
Gets in the back and blocking us out of play. Got to let Shred go. Looks like Rowdy picking up 3 more and none signaled for the Gatekeepers on that pass. So a total of 7 for the Rebels. 9.5 to go. Jam 13 underway. We got Razor for the Rebels, Loki Doki for the Gatekeepers. The whole pack taking the outside of turn 1, and here comes Loki Doki out first, lead jammer.
Ooh, and a power jam now as Razor picks up a forearm call. So Loki Doki, your lead jammer, and on the power jam. Both teams at full strength in the pack.
Pack's at the back. Loki Doki breaks out.
Yep, Gatekeepers have a blocker locked up in the back, so they're slowing the pack down, giving Loki more time to work.
Gatekeepers take notice that Razor's standing up in the box. Now time released. Loki Doki finds an outside lane, gets away with 4. Second scoring pass. Razor still working that initial. Star passed off. That's going to be roller coaster.
Yep, Roller Keister now your jammer for Race City. Loki Doki looking to the bench as they come around turns 3 and 4, and Annie Swanson saying, run this jam long.
Last 10 for this jam. Long 2-minute jam with a 15-0 point spread for the Gatekeepers. With Jammy lining up on the jam line. I think I see Floppy Joe.
That might be It's a Trap. Jamie Pacquiao out there for the Gatekeepers. Yep, It's a Trap out there for Race City.
Pack stalled at the Top Sports pivot line right now. Jamie Pacquiao looking to get out, but gets checked out. I'm going to recycle behind. We're full strength in the pack right now. And we're going to have a 2-minute jam here. Jamie Pacquiao head of the box. Rebels with a power jam. It's a trap. Checked out, brought back to turn 4.
Gatekeepers going to work, killing that penalty. Stretching that track all the way out. So we got a star pass to, that's Trublaka now, is your jammer for Race City. Meanwhile, the penalty comes to an end on Jamie Pacquiao. Power jam is over.
It looks like the Rebels were able to pick up 2 before handing that star off. Jamie picking up 4 there on that pass. Jamie being brought back to turn 4 now. Pack stalled at about the jam line as jam time ends. 4.5 to go on the clock. Game time. Looks like Gatekeepers coming away with 6 that jam, 5 for the Rebels.
4:15 to go here in the second half. Your score, 255 Gatekeepers, Race City 122. And now we're going to have an official review by the Gatekeepers.
Our official review is brought to you by Urban Apothecary. Skater-made wellness products from Urban Apothecary like gummies for focus, rest, and sleep, topical pain relievers, and bath soaks at the massage booth all weekend or online at urbanapothecary.shop. Get your pre- and post-game care for your body needs. You'll find a link for Urban Apothecary on the Linktree /IHOD.
All right, so the official review is looking for a jammer penalty for a forearm. The officials did not feel there was enough impact to merit a call, so the official review is overturned. Gatekeepers will lose their official review. So back in action, it's Trauma out there for the Gatekeepers on the Derby Beach jammer line. And Floppy Joe is going to be your lead jammer for the Race City Rebels. Meanwhile, a star pass to Bolt Action. I believe that's the first star pass we've seen here by the Gatekeepers today. And now it's going to be a power jam for Bolt Action.
Trauma catching them on a track cut there.
Yep, a track cut the call on. Bolt Action mostly known for their blocking, but they are quite an effective jammer when the need arises. Probably not super thrilled to be jamming at this late stage of the game, however. So the power jam comes to an end as Floppy Joe re-enters play.
Gatekeepers do down a blocker. Rebels with a blocker advantage. Floppy Joe with one scoring pass. Now second. And Bolt working on their 5th. Rebels controlling the front of the pack. Splitter coming in to give an assist. Here comes Trauma to help as well, and jam ends. 4 final points. Total of 25 scoring passes for Bolt Action. Rebels coming away with 10. .145 on game clock. Penalty box is cleared out. And the pack's lined up on the jam line.
Static shock out there for the Gatekeepers. Quickly secures lead jammer. Blint being forced back by Spin Diesel into turns 3 and 4.
Static check down the inside, going to be brought back to turn 3. Pack hasn't moved off the jam line yet. Static breaking out, picking up 4 for the Gatekeepers. First scoring pass. Blint still working an initial or star pass now to the pivot. And the Rebels are working the initial pass. Wham Bam jamming for the Rebels now. Blint goes for a hard hip check. Static's able to dodge it and pick up 4 more on the outside of turn 1. Static with 1 to get past, gets checked out, going to recycle. Hard check by Blint there on a Gatekeeper's defender. But Static breaks out, picking up a 3rd, 4th. And Wham Bam makes that initial pass for the Rebels.
Yep, looking like this is going to be the last jam of the game here.
True Blocker coming back to give a little assist to Wham Bam, trying to get him through. Static with his 4th scoring pass, now starting a 5th. We ticked it down to the last 2 seconds on jam time.
So 3 points on that last pass for Race City. Let's see here how many Gatekeepers got. Looks like 16 total. Just waiting on that official score. Unofficial score right now, 291-135 GKs. And that is now your official score. The Gatekeepers are victorious, 291 over Race City with 135. So the Gatekeepers finished the weekend 3-0, Race City 2-1. So a nice weekend for both of these squads. And that's going to do it for both of these teams this weekend. But don't go anywhere, folks. We've got another game coming up here in just a little bit, a noon game. It's going to see Toronto Mixed Roller Derby versus the Chicago's Bruise Brothers. So don't go anywhere, folks. Another game coming up here at noon. So we'll see you guys then. All right, we got some MVP awards to give out here for this previous game. For Race City, your MVP is going to be Floppy Joe. Floppy Joe is going to be your Race City MVP. And for the Gatekeepers, Floppy Joe, you are the MVP. Yeah. And for the Gatekeepers, it's going to be Splatter. So you get some photos here. Also, we had some MVPs from the first 2 games that didn't get picked due to some miscommunication. So we're going to go ahead and hand those out here. For the first game, for the Beekeepers, it's Scarly Davidson. And then for the Bruise Brothers, it was Truffle Shuffle. And then for game 2, for Y'all Holla, it was Wombo Combo. And for Race City, it was Razor. So Razor, you were MVP for game 2 on Friday. For And then where's Scarly at? I know Scarly's around here somewhere. There's Scarly. You were MVP for the first game of the weekend. What? Did I write?
That is not on our team.
Okay, I wrote the wrong thing down. Hold on. Sorry about that. I had the wrong note for Chicago. Where was my note at? Let me find my notes. Here we go. Nope, 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 nope. Was Markomedes. Markomedes is our MVP for game 2 for Bruise Brothers. Markomedes. Markomedes. There he is. Give you a spoon here.
What do I want? A spoon?
Yes.
What was the game 1 matchup? Game 1 was Scarly and Mark. Oh, okay. Hey, Mark, let me get a picture.
Bye. Good morning and welcome to Game 10 of IHOD Part 3. I want to start off with the officials for this game. This game is Toronto's Men Roller Derby and Chicago Brews Brothers. The officials for this game is Redbeard, Tiny Tatum, Wolverine, Richie Cranium, Dexter, Ellie Mental, MC Ninja, Ninja Assassin, Flintlock, Bon Appetit, Rhea Kupla, Laddie, Cupcake, Candyman, Bread Bowl, and Arya Snark. I'm Tora New One from the Carolina Wrecking Balls, and my lovely partner this morning is...
I'm Vi Fidelity of the St. Louis Gatekeepers and arch rival Roller Derby. We're going to start off introducing the players today from Toronto Men's Roller Derby. We've got number 06 Starscream, 100 Pink Slaminade, 11 Billy the Kid, 12 Stevie, 137 D-Ray, 1701 Pip, 222 Spencer Sleep, 2304 Dijon, 25 Bosch, 474 Curly, 81 The Dictator, 888 Senior Wiener.
And for the Chicago Brews Brothers, of course you give me the longer list, 1337 Akira, 15 Smackaroni, 16 Marcomedes, 19 Ragnarocker, 2 Fillmore Payne, 217 Racer Rex, 314, how do you say that, Valrain, 35 Ben Hurt, 350 Rage, 411 Trivial Pursuit, 5 Cutter, 556 Shenanigans, 775 Vanessa, 831 Twinkle Beef, 85 Ice Hurt, 88 Up and Adam, 92 Ricky Ricochet.
I'm going to guess Val Raven, but I bet our chat will know if we're mispronouncing it.
Huh?
Said I bet the chat will know if we're mispronouncing it.
I'm okay with it. This isn't a real game. This is not real sports. No real names. Looks like we have Senior Wiener lining up as jammer for Toronto. With Ice gaining lead jammer status for Chicago. Senior Wiener still working their way through the pack at this moment. Ice coming up on their first scoring pass. Some nice recycling going on from Chicago with Ice starting to fight up in the front and getting past their full scoring pass. Looks like 555 and 556 from Chicago reporting to the box for a forearm. Ice on their third scoring pass at the moment. Akira reporting to the box for a penalty. Calling it off with Toronto scoring no points during that jam. Chicago scoring 11 points. We end that jam. Oh, nope. Toronto scored 3 points during that jam. Toronto sitting at 3 points. Chicago sitting at 11.
I was wondering if Ice Heart was maybe going to try to clear the box out on that one, but it looks like Toronto will be starting this next jam with a 4-2 pack advantage. So we've got Ben Hurt jamming in the blue with Stevie jamming for, I'm sorry, that is Ben Hurt jamming for Chicago, Stevie jamming for Toronto.
It's all the blue on the track.
A lot of blue. And it looks like Stevie did get sucked back into the pack, but they have been assessed lead jammer. Ben Hurt out in front of them now. We'll see if they try to run this. All right, so Stevie with lead, but that is going to be a full 4-point scoring pass for Ben Hurt. Stevie trying to peel off those Chicago blockers up at the top. That is going to be another 4-point pass for Chicago. We are on 12 points now, scored by Ben Hurt, going into their 4th scoring pass. Valiant effort by Stevie, who opts to cut their losses and calls that jam.
So do you have any money down on how many jams D-Ray's actually going to call off? I'm going single digits.
I'll follow your lead.
Okay.
I think the Roller Derby Sports Betting Association would get me in trouble. All right, we've got Smackaroni now up against Dijon.
Bosch getting a nice hip check on Smackaroni. With Dijon fighting in the front. That's how I'm going to say it for the rest of the time. Deal with it.
Excellent. Oh, and your lead jammer is going to be Dijon.
Dijon!
Smackaroni also out on their initial pass.
Ending that jam with 0-0 score. Toronto sits at 7 points. Chicago sits at 24. We have 25 minutes left in this half.
The score update brought to you by the Krusty Krab. That's the Krusty Krab. Come and give us your money.
That's fine.
All right, so jam 4, and that is a quick lead grabbed by Ragnarocker of Chicago. And I believe Dijon has actually been sent to the box on a penalty. So this is a power jam for Chicago. 4 points now on the board from Ragnarocker.
Ragnarocker pushing their way through the pack. Dijon fighting in the back, still has the jammer coming freshly out of the penalty box. It's just weight. It's pushing weight for both the jammers of Toronto and the blockers for Toronto as well. Prime example of Newton's Law in action.
It has been a long weekend for these skaters, for sure. Oh, some nice work by Ragnarocker there on the outside of turn 2. It's going to be another 4 points going to Chicago. And that is a star pass now on the Toronto side. Star goes to the Dictator. Ragnarocker opting to call off that jam. That is going to be another 4 points to Chicago. So that is a 16-0 jam. Going to put our score now at 40 points, Bruise Brothers. 7 points to Toronto Men's. Just over 23 and a half minutes left in this half.
Looks like we have D-Ray jamming for Toronto with Ice Hurts jamming for Chicago. Both packs fairly tight and together. Ice making some momentum up front and scoring lead jammer status, but still battling a blocker from Toronto. D-Ray hot on the trail. Getting some U-Stars actions with the moving pack. Calling out that jam. Ice picks up no points, where Toronto picks up no points. Chicago ends that jam sitting at 44. Toronto sitting at 7.
Lining up on the Derby Beast Jammer line, we've got Ben Hertz taking the star against Senior Wiener. Both our jammers out in front, but I believe lead is going to Senior Wiener.
Some jammer on jammer action. Toronto doing their best to keep a goat in the back so that Senior Wiener could score some points. But Ben Hertz takes advantage of that and gets out of the pack first with Senior Wiener hot on the trail. Ben Hertz being taken to the back of the pack with being hit out. Senior Wiener fighting their way through the front.
Some nice one-on-one there by the Chicago pivot up top.
Calling that off, Chicago scores 8 points during that, leading them to have a score of 52 at the end of that jam. Toronto ends that with 8 points as well, leaving them at 15. Looks like we have Smackaroni from Chicago jamming with Stevie from Toronto. Smackaroni gaining lead jammer status with a nice inside scoop a boot.
Chicago blocking, really doing a nice job shutting down those sidelines. Really giving Stevie a run for their money.
Looks like we got Twinkle Beef reporting the box for a track cut. I believe that the jammer Stevie for Toronto is still battling for their first initial pass, while Smackaroni is on their at least second pass. Picking up 4 more points for an 8-point jam thus far. Right now the box has 1 blocker, it looks like, from Toronto with Twinkle Beef in for Chicago. Smackaroni takes advantage of the chaos and gets past along with Stevie as well. Smackaroni calling her off before Stevie has a chance to score any points. We end that jam with Smackaroni picking up 12 points for Chicago, setting them up for a score of 64 for this jam, and Toronto at 15.
Looks like Chicago is going to be starting with a 4-2 blocker advantage. 2 blockers from Toronto in that CDM penalty box. We've got a fast pack here on the start. Lead jammer is going to go to Ragnarocker of Chicago. D-Ray, however, wearing the star for Toronto, close behind. So Ragnarocker is going to play it safe, call off that jam, so that's going to be 0-0 on that one.
So my squirrel brain keeps on being distracted by somebody's sequence top that they have on. Talking about you, Adam Splitter.
Some excellent fashions here at Queenie Park this weekend.
D-Ray lining up for Toronto, with Ice Hurt lining up for his jammer for Chicago. With some nice work from the Chicago Fillmore Payne, breaking up links to allow their jammer to get past, picking up lead jammer status for Ice Hurt. Getting assessed for what looks like to be a form. Fillmore Heights reports to the box, while Ice Hurts calls it off before D-Ray has a chance to pick at any points.
Score now sitting at 68 points. Chicago 15 points going to Toronto. Just over 17 minutes left in the half. This score update brought to you by the Tyrell Corporation. More human than human.
Ben Hurt being jammer for Chicago, with Dijon jamming for Toronto. Dijon picking up lead jammer status while Ben Hurts is fighting in the back of the pack. Sleep being assessed for a forearm. And heading to the box with two Chicago blockers in the box with Sleep as well. We end that jam with Toronto picking up 4 points, leading them to a score of 19 at the end of that jam. With Chicago picking up 0 points and ending the jam at 68. Dijon. Their arch rival has to be called Grey Poupon. They're the better Dijon.
All right, now we've got Smackaroni jamming against Stevie here in Jam 11. Toronto forcing Smack out on the outside line, going for the big drawback, and lead jammer is going to go to Stevie. Stevie now coming in on a scoring pass. Smackaroni also out on their initial. So Stevie is gonna grab what they can and call that jam. So that is gonna be one more point assessed to Toronto.
With the box clear, we have Senior Wiener jamming for Toronto with Ragnarocker jamming for Chicago. Ragnarocker picking up lead jammer status after battling Sleep in the front of the pack. Senior Wiener still fighting their way through the back of the pack. It looks like we have a power jam going on for Toronto with Ragnarocker being assessed for a penalty.
I think that might have been a forearm.
I didn't quite see the signs. Senior Wiener finally getting past their initial pass of the pack. Trying to battle the Chicago wall of beef going on.
Yeah, Toronto doing their best to create some chaos in that pack for Senior Wiener. They do, and that is going to be another 4 points for Toronto.
Ragnarocker back in play and fighting their way through the whole pack and having a no pass, no penalty on that. I always feel bad for everybody because I am a fat derby player and a 2-minute jam is nightmare fuel.
Don't worry, it is for the jammers too.
Little scoot on the outside line. Senior Wiener gets past the pack. Ragnarocker battling their way through the middle. After a 2-minute jam, it looks like Toronto picks up 16 points and Chicago picks up 7. Toronto sits at 36 with Chicago sitting at 75. We have 12 minutes left in this period.
I think Toronto really needed that big jam at this point in the game. They're staying alive.
We're all trying.
We're just doing our best.
D-Ray jamming for Toronto with Ice Hurt jamming for Chicago. Both are locked in a battle of the pack with some nice 3 walls going on.
Both our jammers just trying to get that pack moving.
Up, D-Ray got lead jammer status, which means it's probably going to be a 2-minute jam.
We shall see.
See, nobody does it by choice except for D-Ray. We get it. You're endurance queen. Ice Hurt picking up 4 points with a scoring pass. D-Ray on his first scoring pass, though. A little some hops and scoots all over the place by D-Ray, getting past their first scoring pass.
All right, we've got one Toronto blocker in the box now, so we may see Toronto running this jam, just trying to clear that box out for themselves.
Got some slippage going on. Is it moist out there?
I blame Sport Court. I always blame Sport Court.
It could be the 100-degree weather plus the 99.999% humidity.
Welcome to the Midwest, everyone. So we are going to end that jam with 12 points scored by both teams. So that's going to put our score at 48 Toronto, 90 Chicago Bruise Brothers. A little under 11 minutes left in the half. The score update brought to you by Noah's Arcade. We've got 2 of every game. So we've got Ben Hurt now jamming against Dijon. Ben Hurt battling it up at the top of turn 1. They are going to take lead jammer. Oh, and that is going to be a forearm penalty assessed to Ben Hart. So we've got a power jam Toronto. And this will be another 2-minute jam.
Aw. We're going for an apex jump, but we ended up having both of our skates on the inside.
All right, so the CBM penalty box is clear. We've got both our jammers battling a near standstill over in the second straightaway. And we are going to go ahead and drag those jammers all the way back.
Both jammers having difficulties playing against these strong 3 walls by both teams.
Some great blocking so far this game.
A lot of recycling. It's nice. It's nice. Some jammer on jammer action in the back.
Little pushy shovey. Bosch pulled back into the turn once again. Meanwhile, Ben Hurt stuck in that one-on-one, just trying to find some traction there.
Feel more pain just controlling that inside line against the Toronto jammer.
So that, looks like that is going to be 4 points scored on that jam by Toronto. That was a lot of work in 2 minutes.
And we got a timeout being called by Toronto. And I think that's sponsored, isn't it?
I believe that is sponsored by Toy Division, St. Louis's very own queer-friendly, all-inclusive vintage toy store. Check out Toy Division on their socials on Facebook or Instagram. Remember, Toy Division buys and sells vintage toys. You got that box in your mom's basement just gathering dust? Toy Division will pay cash for those Ninja Turtles. Hit them up on their socials or toydivisionstl.com.
It sounds like you have a vested interest in this.
I have a vested interest in we paid some money to put our name on the timeout. Ask about our world famous Beanie Baby blind bags. That is a real thing we do. They're actually kind of popular.
I mean, millennial nostalgia is definitely a gold mine.
Very that.
Welcome to the movies of the last 5 years.
We're old. Buy your old stuff back.
Mommy threw it out.
You would be surprised. All right, so we've got Jam 15 underway. Smackaroni jamming against Stevie. We've got that pack run up past turn 2. And lead is going to go to Smackaroni.
So yesterday I got some smack for talking smack about Chicago pizza. I regret nothing.
I'm really happy for you.
Hey, if you have to use utensils to eat a pizza, it's not pizza. Sorry. I said it.
If you want to start a fight in St. Louis, just ask people how they feel about St. Louis style pizza.
Your pizza's equivalent to Passover torture, not having risen bread. Matzah pizza.
Uh-huh. It's correct and delicious.
Okay.
Okay, back to the Derby. We are on a third scoring pass now for Smackaroni. And we do have Stevie in the penalty box, so we are in a power jam now for Chicago. Smackaroni peeling off that last Toronto blocker at the top of the pack. That's going to be scoring pass number 4 for Chicago. Stevie, meanwhile, has been released from the penalty box. And Smackaroni runs down that jam to its natural conclusion. So that is going to be a 20-point jam for Chicago. 4 points scored by Toronto in that jam. So that is going to put our score now at 113 Chicago, 56 Toronto. This score update brought to you by Camp Krusty. Welcome to Camp Krusty. I'll see you in a few weeks.
D-Ray jamming for Toronto with Ragnarok jamming for Chicago. D-Ray trying to do some side-to-side work and a little toe stoppage action to get past and pick up lead jammer status with Ragnarok right on his tail.
That was a nice little spin there by D-Ray. And our box is clear, but we know Toronto trying to make some points here. So it looks like D-Ray, after a pretty nice apex hop, is going to run this jam.
It wasn't even a jump. It was a little skip with the twirl.
A little hippity hop. Ooh, and that was real close on that line there, but that is going to be a no pass, no penalty for another scoring pass for D-Ray. Ragnarok running into a little bit of trouble there with the Toronto tripod.
And D-Ray showing us why you should do endurance more during your practices. Just running through and doing a little toe work on the lines. Getting through.
Yeah, doing a really nice job of just holding space on that outside line, kind of fighting back that push out. Ooh, and that is going to be another full scoring pass for Toronto. D-Ray calls off that jam, so that is going to be 19 points, looks like, to Toronto on that jam, 4 points to Chicago. We are going to be starting this next one with Chicago's pivot in the box. Oop, and I have some word from the chat. It is Val Raven. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate it.
Ice picking up lead jammer status with The senior wiener on the trail. Ice calling it off before senior wiener has a chance to pick any points up. Ice scoring 3. That brings up Chicago to 120 with Toronto sitting at 75. We have 3 minutes left in this half.
It's been a quick first half. I do want to give a really quick shout out to Sacred. Let me just make sure I give them a little love this weekend. So they have been the exclusive on-site skate shop for IHOD. They are proudly women and LGBTQIA plus owned. The shop champions a judgment-free atmosphere. So we've got Ben Hurt now jamming for Chicago. Dijon with the star for Toronto.
Dijon.
Ben Hurt going for that inside apex. Gets a little tripped up, forced to reset in the back. And, it looks like we've got Dijon sent to the box on a penalty, so this is a power jam now in favor of Chicago.
Dijon back in action, trying to fight their way through, but being assessed for a track cut, it looks like. Looks like it's a power jam for Chicago, and they go ahead and call it off so that they could take advantage of it. Chicago picks up 0 points during that jam along with Toronto. Toronto sits at 75 points, and Chicago sits at 120 with 1 minute and 30 seconds left in this half.
That was a nice shadow crush by, I think, Up and Adam in that last jam. Really smart blocking there by Chicago.
Smackaroni making lead jammer status with pushing through the pack. Some strong hits with some backwards blocking going on.
Love getting a little help from those blockers. Going for a little bit of a ride.
Doing some nice toe stop action on the inside line. Smackaroni picks up another 4 points. Dijon back in action and engaging with the pack. Smackaroni doing a little jump to get past the chaos. Dijon taking advantage of one of the Chicago blockers going to the box for a low block from what I thought I heard. Dijon gets past their initial pass and is on their scoring pass.
So Dijon on the scoring pass, peeling Chicago blockers off at the top of the pack. They are through, so that's going to be 4 points now going to Toronto. Meanwhile, Smack's working on his fourth scoring pass.
Does little butterfly taps to call it off. Bee, 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 I can fly.
And looks like he did manage to get those points, so that is going to be a 16-4 jam in favor of Chicago. And we are at halftime. Score now 136 Chicago Bruise Brothers, 79 Toronto Men's Roller Derby. We will be back in about 14 and a half minutes.
With some time still left for intermission, I just want to take a moment and thank the gatekeepers for all the hospitality, both as a skater and a volunteer, for hosting this, putting this on, making sure that we're all well fed, and making sure that we're all happy and we have all of our questions answered whenever we needed it. Thank you so much, gatekeepers, for hosting and making sure that everybody's happy.
And welcome back to fabulous Queenie Park. We are in the second half of Game 10, this IHOD tournament. Right now, we've got 136 points on the board for Chicago, 79 Toronto, and we are starting off this half with Stevie jamming against Ice Hurt.
So much hitting and falling going on. Is this sport violent? Ice picking up lead jammer status. With Stevie still trying to fight their way through the pack.
He's digging in, peeling off blockers up at the top, and they are out Star and Hand on their initial pass. Meanwhile, Ice through on a scoring pass. And looks like Ice is going to try to run this jam.
Ice taken back to the back of the pack by Bosch. Sleet providing some nice coverage to stop the jammer, but they slide past them. Ice getting through and picking up 4 more points during that scoring pass. While Stevie doing a little bit of tiptoe action to get past the Chicago blockers after a nice fight. Ice calling it off with them picking up 8 points during that jam. 10 points, excuse me. Toronto picking up 4 points. Chicago sits at 146 with Toronto sitting at 83.
All right, we've got our jammers hanging out on the top pivot line here at the start of this next jam. Senior Wiener donning the star for Toronto. Ben Hurt jamming for Chicago. Toronto jamming. Oh, Toronto blocking, goes for that that shadow crush, and it works. That is a track cut to Ben Hurt. Power jam now with Senior Wiener in the lead.
Senior Wiener giving some nice direction for his blockers to create a nice lane for him. Calling it off after getting pushed to the inside. They start the next jam on a power jam scenario. Senior Wiener picks up 4 points, leading them to a score of 87 with Chicago 8 points, excuse me. Toronto is sitting at 91. Chicago is sitting at 146. We have 26 minutes remaining this half, with Ben Hurt still in the box as a jammer. Looks like there's going to be an official timeout.
Maybe a little confusion about fielding blockers there. That is going to be a Toy Division team timeout. I do want to take a second and give some love to Tower Grove Pride. Tower Grove Pride is a community-powered independent pride festival coming up on September 27th and 28th in St. Louis, Missouri. Tower Grove Pride is a community-powered independent pride fest. We are LGBTQ plus centered with a broad mission to support and promote social justice for every disadvantaged, oppressed, or undervalued community. Located in Tower Grove Park along Main Drive from Center Cross to Grand Boulevard.
It's an official review, so it's covered by Urban Apothecary. It's an official timeout. Yeah, it's official timeout.
And we want to also give a shout out to Urban Apothecary. If you are at the venue this weekend, you can pick up Urban Apothecary products from A. Prince Massage and Wellness. Book now with A. Prince Massage and Wellness, offering massage sessions and walk-up services, including 15 and 30-minute massage sessions.
Here's the list. Here's the Urban Apothecary. Here's
Urban Apothecary offers skater-made wellness products like gummies for focus, rest, and sleep, topical pain relievers and bath soaks. And you can find all their products online at urbanapothecary.shop.
I'm glad that's you saying that word instead of me, so I don't get tongue-tied the entire time.
Score now, for those of you watching at home, is 146 Chicago, 91 Toronto. Just under 27 minutes left in the half. This score update brought to you by the Vermilion Minotaur, conveniently located in the town of Hawks Face, just through your nearest dimensional portal. Come check out their world-famous Rooster's Feet and 2-for-1 Rainbow Bowl happy hours.
How do you say that collectively? Ben Hurt's in a blocker for Toronto in the CVM penalty box. Collectum Sports is CVM and is the only authorized dealer of M Sportswear Derby products, the fastest growing brand in Derby apparel with a commitment to quality and performance. MS Sportswear offers innovative designs that keep pace with the dynamic nature of roller derby. Contact Collective Sports today for new team gear and experience the best in comfort and style on the track.
And it looks like we are still in an official timeout. I don't believe it's gone to an official review. We will keep you posted if we learn more. I'd like to go ahead and give a shout out to Griever, our on-site tattoo artist this weekend. Griever is located up on the balcony by the check-in spot with first come, first serve sign-ups. $75 each, black ink only, arms and legs only. They have got a flash sheet available on GK social media or the event page, and you can catch them guest tattooing at Dream House in town on the 24th and 25th. Email grieverfarts@gmail.com for appointments.
And if you're looking for any information about any vendors or sponsors this weekend for IHOD Part 3, you could look them all up on the link tree for IHOD. That's linktr.ee/IHOD.
I'd like to go ahead and give a shout out to one of our sponsors for the weekend, Derby Beast. Searching for the perfect jersey that fits like a dream, can be pulled, stretched, and won't snag? Derby Beast has you covered, literally. Crafted from durable, quick-dry, 260 GSM polyester elastic blend that wicks moisture and resists snags, all while offering the stretch you need to move freely on the track. That's Derby Beast.
We're definitely taking advantage of this official timeout so that all the people who paid money to be shout out are being shout out.
Heck yeah. Let's go ahead and give a shout out to Odd Way Out, another one of our vendors this weekend. Odd Way Out is a queer-owned small business by our very own Soup Beans.
Yay!
Specializing in handmade accessories to get your weird on. Another one of our on-site vendors this weekend is Curse Creations. Curse specializes in custom jam straps built to lock in and boost performance. This queer/trans/skater-owned small business is run by your friendly neighborhood sewist, scientist, and all-around artificer. Visit the booth to get your skates geared for battle, and while you're there, grab some buttons, stickers, bandanas, or other trinkets. Curse Creations. It's not multitasking, it's multi-classing.
Getting back into action, it looks like.
The stoppage was for expelling White 350 here in that last jam. They said that it was an egregious conflict that they agreed to.
All right, we are back. A little update on that game stoppage. Looks like there was a request for an egregious contact penalty on one of the white skaters. So it looks like that skater was ejected from the game. So game is back on now. We've got D-Raid with lead jammer status jamming against Ben Hurt. D-Ray already on a scoring pass. Already
Looks
on their
like-
second scoring pass.
Looks like the CVM penalty box is cleared out. Everybody's back in action. D-Ray taking advantage of their endurance by keeping on the jam, allowing the Ben Hurts to fight through the back pack again. Chicago blocker 556 looking like they're reporting to the CVM penalty box. As well as Bosch from Toronto. D-Ray picking up another 4 points during their scoring pass. Ben Hurt still fighting through. I believe that they're on scoring pass. D-Ray getting hit out and calling it off. We end that jam with Toronto picking up 16 points. Chicago picking up 4 points. Toronto currently sits at 107 with Chicago sitting at 150. We have 24 minutes remaining in this half. Jammers lining up on the Derby Beast jam line.
We've got Smackaroni now, jamming for Chicago. Dijon with the star for Toronto. Smackaroni working up the top of the pack. They do get through for lead jammer. Dijon fighting up to the top, trying to find a little bit of daylight. The Chicago blockers doing a nice job of getting 2 butts on that jammer.
Smackaroni taking advantage of the open lane in the inside line. Dijon still fighting. But it looks like we had a successful star pass with Bosch. Bosch makes their way through the pack. on their or on their initial pass.
Smackaroni now on their third scoring pass, through for another 4 points. They've been having some success this jam, so it looks like they are going to run it long.
Bosch doing a little jump to get out of the way of the incoming blocker. Smackaroni calling it off before Bosch has another attempt to score any points.
Some smart clock management by Chicago. Trying to run that clock down while they've got that lead built up.
Toronto sits at 111, while Chicago sits at 166 with 22 minutes remaining in this half.
And we've got Ragnarocker now with the lead jammer status for Chicago. Found some daylight pretty quickly on that inside line. Stevie jamming for Toronto. Just trying to work through that Chicago tripod.
Sleep reporting in the box as a pivot for Toronto. The CVM penalty box. Ragnarocker getting through with another scoring pass. Or their first scoring pass, right? Wait, 1337, Akira being assessed for a forearm. Stevie still trying to fight their way through their initial pass. Ragnarocker taking advantage of the bulk and pushing aside one of the Toronto blockers to open up a lane on the inside. I wonder if he's going to try it again with Sleep.
Yeah, I see that Chicago coach motioning to run it. Looks like Ragnarocker is going to try to get their box cleared.
Stevie taking advantage of the chaos and getting past their initial run through the pack, but Ragnarocker crawling off before they have a chance to score any points. Oh, they did score points.
I think that was, 4 points there to Toronto.
I'm still sleepy.
And that is a big 12-point jam for the Chicago Bruce Brothers.
With a 4-point jam by Toronto. Toronto sits at 115, while Chicago sits at 178 with 20 minutes left in the half. Senior Wiener getting lead jammer status. The CVM penalty box cleared, while Ice Hurt tiptoes on the inside line to get out. Senior Wiener taking advantage of the time that he has. And it looks like they're going to run it as well. Senior Wiener getting a hit on the outside line, but doing enough little twirls to make a ballerina jealous and staying in. We got a Toronto 1701 reporting to the CVM penalty box. Toronto picking up 10 points while Chicago picks up 8 points during that last jam, leaving Toronto to sit at 125 and Chicago sitting at 186 with 19 minutes left in this half.
Some nice work by Ice Hurt there on that jam, holding the Toronto Jammer to a 2-point differential there.
Looks like we've got a blocker from both teams in the CVM penalty box. Most of the pack sitting on the Derby Beast jam line with some nice tripod action going on. D-Ray finally getting out and pushing through, but being called off for a penalty And leaving Chicago's been hurt to have a power jam to take advantage of.
I believe that was a forearm called on D-Ray. Some nice offense there played by Up and Adam of Chicago, crashing that Toronto wall.
Anytime that Up and Adam and Sleep clash together, there's a nice breeze at the announcer table.
Ooh, and Ben Hurt is through. Another 4 points now going to Chicago on this jam.
D-Ray getting out of the penalty box and getting a nice initial pass through. But Ragnarok are calling off before D-Ray has a chance to score any points. Toronto picking up 0 points during that jam, while Chicago picks up 11, leaving Toronto to sit at 125 and Chicago sitting at 197. We have 17 minutes left in this half. Currently, the CVM penalty box is cleared out. And we have Dijon and Smackaroni, it looks like, is setting up on the Derby Beast jam line.
Dijon really getting that pack moving, trying to cause a little chaos there. They're recycled back, however, and lead jammer is going to go to Ben Hurt. See our blockers setting up in turn one. Ben Hurt going for the big apex jump. Doesn't quite work out. Forced to reset all the way back. Dijon, star in hand, just trying to muscle their way up that inside line. Ooh, and Up and Adam, fresh out of the box, playing some nice offense for his jammer there.
And a nice star pass to Toronto's Dictator, getting quickly out of the pack. Smackaroni calling her off before they have a chance to score any points. We have Toronto sitting at 125 and Chicago picking up 4 points during that jam to place them at 201. We have 15 minutes remaining in this half. Currently, the CVM penalty box is cleared.
And the score update is brought to you by the Bluth Company. There's always money in the banana stand.
Ragnarocker and Stevie lining up on the Beast Derby Beast jam line. Sleep reporting to the CVM penalty box for a forearm, it looks like.
And Ragnarocker called off on a penalty as well, so that is going to be a power jam now for Toronto.
I was going to try to harmonize with you.
He's getting a little punchy there at the top of the pack.
It's violent.
It's fine.
I'm scared. Ooh woo. Ooh, and white 217 being assessed for a cut track. Stevie still fighting their way through the pack. With Ragnarocker leaving the pack and engaging with the Toronto blockers.
Really nice work there by the Chicago blockers, killing that power jam. And, oh, that is a penalty now on Stevie. So this is going to be a power jam in favor of Chicago. And this jam will be running the full 2 minutes.
It was a track cut.
Oh.
That was a nice little jump, Akira. Little hop to the side.
Ooh, Another 4-point pass there by Ragnarocker. Stevie out of the box, going to try to do a little damage mitigation.
Currently a Toronto blocker reporting to the CVM penalty box. And it looks like Stevie also has to report to the CVM penalty box. So that means Chicago will start off on a power jam. Looks like Ice Hurt is lining up on the Derby Beast jam line. Ice Hurt taking advantage of the power jam and getting lead jammer status. Their blockers doing a lot of work to get them out.
Another 4-point pass for Ice Hurt now with the CVM penalty box cleared out. And Stevie, star in hand, is out on their initial pass.
Ice Hurt calling it off before Stevie has a chance to score, pick up any points. Toronto picking up no points during that jam while Chicago picks up 6. Leaving Toronto to sit at 125 with Chicago sitting at 211. We have 11 minutes left in this period. Currently, the CVM penalty box is cleared with Senior Wiener and Ragnarocker, it looks like, on the Derby Beast jam line. Some split pack action going on.
Ooh,
Sleep got a nice hit on Ben Hurt, but it was assessed as a forearm, causing Sleep to go to the penalty box. And Ragnarocker taking advantage of it, or Ben Hurt, excuse me. Getting lead jammer status and calling it off before Senior Wiener has a chance to score any points. That leaves Chicago picking up 4 points during that jam and Toronto picking up 0. Toronto sits at 125 with Chicago sitting at 215 with 10 minutes left in this period. Currently, there is one Toronto blocker in the CVM penalty box with Smackaroni lining up at the Derby Beast jam line and D-Ray for Toronto. Some penalties going off all over the place. Looks like White 88 reports to the box. Smackaroni picking up lead jam status. Currently, there's the white pivot and a blue blocker in the CVM penalty box.
Smackaroni taking advantage of that chaos in the pack, especially with those penalties coming and going. They are through for a 4-point scoring pass. And looks like that is also going to be a 4-point scoring pass going to D-Ray.
As I could see in the chat, I have some hometown shout-outs against me from Erectile Dysfunction. Yes, they made mistakes.
All right, that is another 4-point pass now for D-Ray. So Smackaroni decides to cut their losses and call that jam. So that is going to be a 7-point jam for Chicago. 8 points going to Toronto on that one. Some nice work by D-Ray putting on the gas despite not being lead. Score now 133 Toronto, 222 Chicago. Score update brought to you by the City of White Run. They used to be an adventurer like you. Then they took an arrow to the knee. All right, we've got Dijon jamming for Toronto and Ricky Ricochet donning the star for the first time this game for Chicago. Ooh, big hit out there on Ricky Ricochet. Contending with that Toronto tripod, getting some nice wall crashing offense there by their pivot. However, they are forced to recycle all the way back. Dijon now fighting up at the top. Just trying to get a little traction at that really solid Chicago wall.
Bosch being called for destruction and going to the CVM penalty box.
It's a brutal jam for our jammer friends. We are more than 1 minute into this jam with no lead called. The pack has made it as far as almost turn 2.
Ricky Ricochet doing a jump on the outside but not landing in the track. Still no lead jammer status for either jammer at this point.
Very slow moving pack here in turn 2. With Billy the Kid called off on a penalty, we're going to see if we can get some movement in this pack. We do, and that is going to be a star pass now to Fillmore Payne of Chicago, just to get things moving.
Successful star pass by Dijon, or Dijon DeBosch, making them jammer. But both teams are having some great awareness of where the pivot is and separating them.
That looked exhausting.
Neither jammer picking up any points during that jam. Toronto sits at 133 and Chicago sitting at 222. We have 6 minutes left remaining in this half. Looks like we got Ragnarocker jamming for Chicago, picking up lead jam status. Stevie jamming for Toronto. Ragnarocker taking advantage of the chaos. We had a slide out happen, but it was teammate on teammate.
I blame Sport Court.
I don't think it's been that bad. I don't blame it. But then again, I'm like one who never changes their wheels, so.
I'm a wheel princess. I will always blame the Sport Court.
You could spend the money I don't have. Stevie picking up 4 points. With Ragnarocker calling it off as lead jammer. It looks like both teams. Toronto picks up 4 points, while Chicago picks up 7. Toronto sitting at 137, with Chicago sitting at 229, with 4 minutes left in this period.
It's been a fairly fast-moving game in terms of just keeping that game clock going. Not a lot of timeouts, no official reviews thus far. And we are going to have Senior Wiener now jamming against Ice Hurt from Chicago. Wiener hit back on the outside line, drawn by Twinkle Beef. Ice Hurt looking for a little daylight up in the front. They find it, but lead is
awarded to Ice Hurt.
It's going to Ice Hurt. So we've got our jammers in a race now. We'll see if Ice tries to run this jam.
Along with the CVM penalty box being cleared out. Everybody's back in action. Senior Wiener tried to call it off, but didn't recognize that they didn't have lead jam status.
Yeah, I think Ice maybe didn't realize that they've had the lead on this one.
They were just like neck and neck.
Yeah. So with Wiener now on their second scoring pass, we'll see how Ice wants to play this one out. Maybe clear out that penalty box.
I don't even know if they know that they're a lead jammer. CVM penalty box cleared out. Senior Wiener picking up 4 more points. Ice calling it off before Senior Wiener has another chance to hit the pack. We got a timeout called out for Chicago, and that timeout is sponsored by the Toy Division, an inclusive store and community for anyone who loves toys, video games, collectibles, and everything in between. Make sure you follow Toy Division on IG to find their next show appearance. With the timeout, we sit with Toronto at 145, Chicago sitting at 233. We have 3 minutes left in this period.
This score update brought to you by Vault Tech. Surface never, vault forever.
I don't want to set the world on fire.
I feel safer already.
Lining up on the Derby Beast jam line. We got Ben Hurt for Chicago and D-Ray for Toronto. Some split pack action going on. D-Ray picking up lead jammer status. Ben Hurt still fighting their way through the pack. D-Ray confusing the sport for baseball and doing a slide out, but ends up getting a forearm for what I think was assessed and going to the box as a jammer, leading a power jam for Chicago, and it will be a full 2-minute jam. A little hop, scoop, and a jump from Ben Hurt to score the 4 points. D-Ray back in action and going against the blockers from Chicago in the back, while Ben Hurt fights the front. Sleep being assessed for a track cut. D-Ray fighting through the middle of the chaos.
Ooh, D-Ray doing a nice job of getting that pack running. Pushes on through for another 4 points. Ooh. D-Ray gets a little hit in on Ben Hurt on that outside straightaway. Right at the end of that jam. And looks like we are going to have another Toy Division timeout called by Toronto Roller Derby.
With that, go ahead.
That is Toy Division for all of your nostalgia-based toy needs. You want Star Wars? We got your hookup. You want Beanie Babies? We got your hookup. You want Transformers? My God, do we have your hookup. Check out Toy Division on all of their socials or at toydivisionsTL.com.
Going to that timeout, we got Toronto sitting at 153 with Chicago at 245 with 57 seconds left in this period. What I do believe I thought I saw was that there might have been not an expulsion, but a foul out done by Spencer Sleep. We got 2 Toronto blockers in the CVM penalty box, along with a blocker from Chicago. D-Ray lining up on the Derby Beach jam line as the jammer, along with Smackaroni from Chicago.
Ooh, oh, and that is going to be a penalty assessed to Smackaroni. Just after they take lead, D-Ray is now out on their initial pass, but this will be a full 2-minute jam.
This will be the last jam of the game.
Ooh. And with only 4 blockers on the track for that apex jump, D-Ray clears it easily. Coming through on their second scoring pass now. Skates on by, another 4 points for Toronto.
In the chat, somebody's asking about a foul out. Yes, we had Spencer Sleep from Toronto foul out. And no, Cole, I will not be singing Big Girls Don't Cry.
All right, so that is the end of that jam, and unofficially, that is the end of that game. 15 more points now on the board put up by Toronto, so that is going to put our unofficial final score 245 Chicago, 168 Toronto men's roller derby.
Good game.
All right, and that is the final score, 245, 168. Congratulations to both of our teams, and congratulations to the Chicago Bruise Brothers. We'll be back shortly to announce those MVPs. I'm Vive Fidelity here with Tora New One. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello?
Go for it. Which ones are the right spins?
I think it doesn't matter. I just picked 2 that I thought were pretty.
We need the rosters. Announcing the MVPs for both teams. From Toronto Men's Roller Derby. I'll let them get their picture in. No. You're not my real dad, Yoshi. Not yet. Announcing the MVPs from both teams. From Toronto, number 25, Bosch. And from Chicago, number 2, Fillmore Payne. It's because I'm a blocker at heart. You did great. I'm a blocker. You did great.
Visions of you.
Man, you need some headphones, bro.
You know I said just. Say son. You know I said just. Just
Oh, man, you need some headphones, bro.
you know I said just. You know I said just. You know I said just. You know I said just.
Oh, man, you need some headphones, bro.
You know I said just. You know I said just.
Sweet delight, you are my lucky charm. I hold you close in the night in my arms. And when we open our eyes, my worries fade away. 'Cause you gave me your heart in the light of day, in the light of day. And when we open our eyes, my worries fade away. 'Cause you gave me your heart in the light of day, in the light of day.
Just wish you knew. Just wish you knew.
keep coming back like Jason. I can make 'em scream like Craven. Maybe I'ma snap like Batman. Another face with us all, don't face 'em. Blade to the neck, no shaving. Pandora's box, damnation. The police can't save 'em. They always trip when you chase 'em. They always trip when you trip when you They always trip when you chase 'em. They always trip when you trip when you They always trip when you chase 'em. They always trip when you trip when you They always trip when you chase 'em. They always trip when you trip when you chase 'em.
Annabelle, and welcome to my tea party. Spooky? Whose balloon is this?
It's mine.
Oh, Kenny, can you pass on the Ouija board for me?
You sure?
I am Belle. Can you tell? You will be my haunted friends, or you will go to hell. Oh, by the way, have you met Chucky yet?
Yo, what's up, bro?
Crowded places, feel it sinking in. Lonely faces, say you need a friend. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibitions, I'll show you I care. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights, I know. Getting hot, feeling low, and it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights, I know. But I will guide you home.
All right, everybody, quick announcement before we get started here on our next game. It's the last day of our event here, so be sure to check out our wonderful vendors here on site. We got Sacred's got some last day deals, free plate swaps, and mounting when you purchase boots, plates, or both today. That's a $50 savings. Buy any TSG knee pads and get any brand elbow pads for 10% off while supplies last. But make sure you head over there and check out all of our wonderful vendors. We got Odd Way Out over there. We got the Gatekeepers. We got Arch Rival with some wonderful merch, so make sure to go over there and buy their stuff. So, without further ado, let's get to the next game of the day between the St. Louis Beekeepers and the Austin Anarchy. Alongside Stephen K., I'm Star Spangled Hammer. We'll be calling this game for you, starting off with the Beekeepers. 113 Slam I Am, 13 Otter Nonsense, 1500 AA Battery, 18 Slaytoven, 180 Reckless, 21 Wild Style, 23 Scarly Davidson, 297 Maneki, 31 Lil Nas Slapex, 32 Sheesh, 41 Carry the Hatchet, 5150 Hulk, 715 Diana Slamma, 814 Rolling Thunder, and number 9 Cat Daddy. They are coached by Beastie, Vi Fidelity, and Thighs.
And introducing Austin Anarchy, starting off number 1, Bruiser Lee, number 11, Shreddy Krueger, 119, Truffle Shuffle, 13, S-Pain, 202 is Freight Train, 3, Pandemonium Doll, 35, Sharknado, 619, Aquadan, 669, Mist Destruction, 71, Catrix, 721, El Lyman, 79, Colonel Angus, 909, Smooth Criminal, and 9098, Blu-ray.
All right, we're about to get underway. Derby Beast Jammer line. It looks like it's AA battery out there for the Beekeepers. And Sharknado starting off for Austin.
AA out first, going to be lead jammer for the Beekeepers. No pack call. Pack is together, turn 1 and 2. AA in first.
So 2 points there for Austin. So non-lead points to start the game for the Anarchy. Lil Nas Slapex now out there for the Beekeepers. It's Freight Train for the Anarchy.
Slapex out first, going to be lead for the Beekeepers. They've got a directional in turn 2. Slapex in the pack, picking up points, picking up a first pass, 4 so far. And with Freight Train rolling on the pack, Slapex is going to call it off 4-0. And Beekeepers take the quick lead 4-2.
Bruiser Lee now out there for the Anarchy, going up against Reckless for the Beekeepers. Beekeepers up one blocker as Shreddy Krueger sits in the penalty box. Reckless going to be your lead jammer here.
Directional in turn 2 as Rick picks up the 4 and calls it off.
So a couple penalties that jam. Manecki and Scarlett Davidson now sitting in the penalty box for the Beekeepers. So down a blocker. Shreddy Krueger standing in the penalty box for Austin. It's Cat Daddy on the line now for the Gatekeepers, or for the Beekeepers. Sharknado out there again, and he's going to be your lead jammer for Austin.
Slaytoven catching Sharknado there, and Cat Daddy able to get away ahead of lead jammer Sharknado, going to force a call off.
Double A battery back out there for the Beekeepers, going up against Freight Train for Austin.
Beekeeper still down a couple blockers in the pack.
Freight Train's going to be your lead jammer, Austin.
And Beekeepers get a couple blockers back, but lose Sheesh. Zero signal for the Beekeepers, 4 for Anarchy.
Slapex back out there for the Beekeepers. Bruiser Lee for the Anarchy. Sheesh currently sitting in the penalty box for the Beekeepers, so 4-on-3 pack advantage for the Anarchy.
Slapex checked out on the outside of turn 1, gets right back in. Bruiser Lee was checked on the inside, ran back. Slapex out first, going to be lead jammer out of the far straightaway. Anarchy comes back to turn 1 to help get their jammer through. Sharknado out on that first pass. Slapex on a scoring pass and calling it off 4-0.
Reckless out there for the Beekeepers. Sharknado for the Anarchy.
Sharknado out first, going to be your lead. Wreck about a half track back. And on our Anarchy picks up 4 as they call that off. Now within 2, 10 to Beekeepers 12. Just past 24 left on the clock.
Cat Daddy now out there for the Beekeepers. Freight Train for Austin. Track cut call on Cat Daddy, so the first power jam is going to go to Austin.
All right, Jam Ref holding up 2 points for Anarchy. Now we have a tie game, 12 apiece. Cat Daddy starting off in the box. So Sharknado starting off on a power start. 2 blockers get past, bridged out. Letting them go. Sharknado lead Jammer. Pack set up at turn 1. Anarchy has one of the beekeepers trapped in the back. Both Jammers in the pack now. Pack moves forward to the far straightaway. Illegal contact call on the outside. Cat Daddy's out of the box.
It's another power jam here for Austin as Cat Daddy picks up a low block.
Sharknado cuts the outside lane, picks up the 4 and calls it off. Another 4 points signaled for Anarchy.
So Freight Train, the lone jammer on the Derby Beast jammer line. Power start here as Cat Daddy still sits in the penalty box.
An update for last jam. Anarchy able to score 12, now doubling the Beekeeper's score. Freight Train being brought back behind the pivot line, looking for an outside lane. Big hit there by Slapex. Freight Train just shoves it off and breaks through. Freight Train pushes those hips past, picks up the points and calls it off, picking up 3.
So 27-12 our score right now. 20-15 to go here in the first half between the Beekeepers and the Austin Anarchy. Bruiser Lee now on the Derby Beast jammer line for Austin. There's double A battery out there for the Beekeepers.
And Bruiser Lee finds the lane on the outside, coming away lead first. Anarchy losing their pivot. Anarchy picks up 1 and able to deny Beekeepers that jam.
Austin down 1 blocker. So it'll be a 4-on-3 pack advantage in favor of the Beekeepers as Reckless takes the line against Sharknado. If you're joining us online, Beekeepers in blue, Austin Anarchy in white.
Sharknado pushes way up. Lead first. Back set up on the far straightaway. Sharknado rolls in, starts tapping right away. Picking up a 1-0 advantage on that jam.
Next up for the Beekeepers, that's Slapex going up against Freight Train for the Anarchy.
Pack pushes back on the whistle. Slapex goes through on the inside. Lead jammer. Freight Train pushing a four-wall of Beekeepers forward. Beekeepers lose to Maneki. Meanwhile, Slapex picks up 4 points. Freight Train passing the star off to Sharknado. Anarchy losing 13, one apiece in the box. Slapex's second pass. Anarchy losing a second blocker. Slapex with 3 passes.
It looks like the Beekeepers like this matchup with Aquadan having received the star. They're going to run this jam long.
And the bench yelling to call it off. Slapex calls it off. But not before Anarchy can sneak away with 3.
So a 15-4 jam there in favor of the Beekeepers. Cuts the lead down to just 6 points. 33-27 in favor of the Anarchy. It's Bruiser Lee on the jammer line now for the Anarchy, going up against AA Battery for the Beekeepers.
AA Battery out first, going to be lead. Bruiser Lee finding the outside lane as well. AA hits the pack, rolls past turn 2 on the inside, picking up 4 and calling off. Sharknado for the Anarchy on the jam line. Cat Daddy. Thought he disappeared. Okay, I see him now on the jam line. Sharknado with the shoulder and breaking out with lead. Sharknado finds outline, picks up 4, calling it off as Anarchy loses one of their blockers, Miss Destruction.
And Reckless is your lead, jammer Beekeepers, and now we're going to have a track cut call on Freight Train. So the Beekeepers with a power jam here and 2 Austin Anarchy blockers in the box.
That brings it within 2.
So big opportunity here for the Beekeepers.
No packs called. And for the moment, Beekeepers have the lead. AA finds the outside lane, picking up a 4th pass. Freight Train's penalty time is over, making that initial pass. AA tries to bean dip and trying to call it off. Gets called on the low block, though. So we'll have 45 seconds with Freight Train now on a power jam. .30 seconds in our 2-minute jam. 3 passes for Freight Train. The 5th for Double A as that 2-minute jam ends. .2012 advantage that jam. Gatekeepers.
Lead change. Bruiser Lee now out there for the Anarchy. Double A battery for the Beekeepers. Bruiser Lee's going to be your lead jammer, Austin Anarchy.
Jammers on the way. Pack sets up on the far straightaway. Bruiser Lee hits the pack and starts calling it off. 0 points for St. Louis, 3 for Austin.
Lead change.
1 point game. Sharknado on the jam line for Austin and Little Nas Slapex for St. Louis. Full strength pack right on the jam line. Sharknado checked that. Run back to turn 4. Little Nas working against a 3-wall up front. One to get past. And lead jammer. Little Nas Slapex going to go ahead and call it off with Sharknado about 5 feet ahead.
Cat Daddy out there now on the Derby Beast jammer line for the Beekeepers, going to be against Freight Train for the Anarchy.
Cat Daddy out first, going to be your lead jammer. Anarchy losing a blocker. Double A hits the pack. 0 point signal for Austin, 1 for St. Louis. And we have a tie game once again.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, I see a second figure now.
Yeah, there was a ghost point.
St. Louis takes the lead.
Yeah, El Limon sitting in the box, so a lead change. Looks like it's going to be Double A battery out there now for the Beekeepers against Bruiser Lee.
Bruiser Lee out first. Forcing the call off 0-0 that jam.
Slam I Am now out there for the Beekeepers going against Sharknado.
Austin still down a blocker. Pack rolls back and docks on the jam line. Slam I Am working the inside. Sharknado working the outside lane. Slam I Am out first. Pack off to the races trying to get their positioning. And Sharknado forcing the call off, being ahead.
So it's Slapex now versus Freight Train.
Slapex finds that inside turn of 2. Pick comes away lead jammer. Pack sets up on the far straightaway at the end at turn 3. Slapex in the pack. Gonna call it off.
Looks like he's going to pick up 2 or 3 there. 2 points I'm seeing.
Extend the lead by 3.
Reckless now out there for the Beekeepers, going against Bruiser Lee for the Anarchy. And we got a forearm call on Bruiser Lee, so power jam here for Reckless and lead jammer secured.
The pack sets up that top sports pivot line. Assassin headed the box for Anarchy. Meanwhile, Reckless breaks out with 4. Pack set up on the far straightaway. Rec hits the pack. Another scoring pass for Reckless. Yeah, it looks like Wildstyle might have got caught out of play.
Yeah.
It looked like more than 2 hash marks. 4th pass for Reckless. 16 so far. Bruiser Lee now making that initial pass. Here comes Rec with the 5th and calling it off.
So a 20-point jam for Reckless. And now a 23-point difference and a timeout called
for
Toy
Austin.
Division timeout.
Of course, our timeout is brought to you by Toy Division, an inclusive store and community for anyone who loves toys, video games, collectibles, and everything in between. Make sure you follow Toy Division on Instagram. Find out their next show appearances. You can find the link in the IHOD linktree/IHOD.
Coming back off the timeout by Austin, it's going to be Cat Daddy out there for the Beekeepers. Going up against Sharknado for the Anarchy. Both teams, Beekeepers down 2 blockers. Austin down 1.
Cat Daddy up first, going to be your lead jammer. Sharknado works his way through.
And now a power jam for Cat Daddy and the Beekeepers. A forearm picked up by Sharknado.
Yeah, Hulk was not happy about that impact. Pat goes back to full strength. Cat Daddy breaks out with another 4. 2 scoring passes so far. Cuts the outside, cuts the inside, and gets away with another 4. Sharknado's penalty time over, rejoin the pack on the first pass. Cat Daddy working a fourth pass now. Sharknado rolling up, going to call it off. Three final points signal for Cat Daddy. Total of 15 that jam.
Next up on the Derby Beast jammer line, it's AA Battery for the Beekeepers and Freight Train for the Anarchy.
We tick past just the 4-minute mark. Freight Train going up the inside, coming away with lead. AA found an outside, cuts to the middle. Pack sets up a turn one. Freight Train picks up 4. And Gatekeeper picks up 4 as well, flying into there as it's called. Yeah.
So next up on the jammer line is going to be Sleigh Packs for the Beekeepers, Bruiser Lee for the Anarchy.
Illinois Sleigh Packs out first on the inside of turn 1. And we got a forearm signal on Diana Slamma. Beekeepers losing one of their blockers. Illinois Sleigh Packs, 2 blockers get past, 1 get past, pushing them out of turn 2. And Sharknado gets caught on a forearms there as Illinois Sleigh Packs breaks out with a 4-point scoring pass. Taking the outside of turn 1, cutting to the end, and getting away with another 4. Bruiser Lee holding the star, working against a Beekeepers 2 wall up front. Get them out, and they're bringing them back behind the pack. Little Nas Sleigh Packs hits the pack and goes down. Tries to take an inside jump. Anarchy loses a blocker, down 2 at the moment. And Little Nas Sleigh Packs finds his way through, picking up 4. And another Anarchy headed to the box. This jam is called. Looks like 3 total passes for Little Nas Sleigh Packs as the Beekeepers cross that century mark, 106 to Anarchy's 56. 1:15 on the game clock.
Could very well be the last jam of the first half here, and it's going to be Slam I Am against Sharknado.
As the pack docks on the jam line, jam starts. A Slam I Am on the outside. Coming away lead jammer, and we got a whistle in the pack. Another Beekeeper had the box, even strength in the pack. Anarchy loses the blocker. Slam I Am run back behind the pivot line. He gets her 4 points and off to the races. Sharknado on a scoring pass, hops the apex, picks up the 4, and keeps going. Slam I Am getting a little crushed out here at turn 1. Going to call it off before Sharknado can pick up any more points. 4 apiece per team.
That's going to take us to the half. So your score, Beekeepers 113, Anarchy 60.
And quick update, 7 that jam for Slam I Am.
So we're going to take a 15-minute halftime, and then we will be back. Second half action to be continued.
just.
I got a piece of my heart that's covered in gold. You know I'm one of a kind, or so I've been told. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. This is paradise. This is paradise. Yo! Yeah.
All right, second half about to begin here in about 30 seconds. We're going to take a quick look at the Acme scoreboard. You get the St. Louis Beekeepers up 113 over Austin Anarchy at 60. Day 3 of IHOD 2025, Game 3 of Day 3. Got one more game coming up for you right after this at 4 p.m. It'll be Yalhalla versus the Carolina Wrecking Balls. And to start the second half off, it's going to be AA Battery for the Beekeepers, Sharknado for the Anarchy.
And with the 5-second warning, pack rolls back to the jam line. Anarchy down 2 blockers in the pack. Gatekeepers down 1 to start off the jam. Sharknado out first, lead jammer out of the inside of turn 1 and 2. Pack sets up right there as well. Sharknado hits the pack and taps the hips, picking up 3. Or excuse me, Gatekeepers picking up 3. Anarchy picking up 4.
Slaypex on the Derby Beast jammer line now for the Beekeepers. Freight train out there for the Anarchy.
Freight train checked out, brought back behind the jam line. Slaypex up at turn 1. Was working the outside, now on the inside. Racing back to not get caught on the track cut.
Colonel Angus taking a seat in the penalty box, in the CVM penalty box.
Slaypex picking up points and Freight train rolling up. Going to call it off. Picking up 3 for the Gatekeepers.
Don't forget, tonight's after party is going to be at 9 Mile Garden in South County. The venue will be open after 7:30 p.m. They got a outdoor beer garden with inside cantina for the bar. There'll be 3 food trucks on site. Those food trucks will be open till 10 p.m. So be sure to join us out at 9 Mile Garden in South County after 7:30 p.m. this evening. Reckless out there for the Beekeepers. Sharknado for the Anarchy.
Rick hits the pack and instructions to call it off, picking up 3. And Sharknado able to sneak away with 1. Beekeepers of a blocker to start the jam. Freight train back on the line. Cat Daddy jamming for the Beekeepers. Cat Daddy skates ahead, working against a tripod up front. Cat Daddy breaks out, lead jammer. Cat Daddy hits the pack, picking up a scoring pass. Going to call it off with Freight Train rolling up. 0 points for Austin.
Three more points. Seems to be a trend going here. AA Battery now on the Derby Beast jammer line going up against, is that Aquadan? I think it is. I think that's Aquadan with the star. Yep, it is.
AA out first, lead jammer for the Beekeepers. Anarchy losing a third blocker right now. 1 blocker on the track. And
Track cut on Aquadan, so now it's going to be a power jam here for the Beekeepers.
4-2 advantage Beekeepers in the pack. And AA shrugs that check off, picks up 4, skating through in the inside of 2. Austin getting out of play. Got to let AA go, picking up 4. Pack still holding still, turn 1. 4 on Anarchy's pivot. And Aquadan out on that first pass. And AA picks up 4 on that last pass. 16 for the Beekeepers. Anarchy down their pivot to start jam number 6. And Sharknado out first off the jam line. Going to be lead jammer for Austin. Little Nas Slapex jamming for the Beekeepers. Pack sets up at the pivot line. Sharknado looking outside. Little Nas Slapex sleeks through the pack, gets in front, 4 apiece. Pack sets up a turn 2. Little Nas Slapex finds an outside. Sharknado finds the inside lane. And Sharknado going to call it off. 8 apiece, that jam.
Reckless out there now for the Beekeepers. Freight Train for the Anarchy.
Full strength pack on the jam line to start. Freight Train out first, lead jammer. And the Beekeepers go to work trying to get Wreck out of the pack. Freight Train hits the pack, breaks out on the inside of 2, picks up 4. Wreck checked out on the inside of 2, going to be brought back behind turn 1. No pack called. And Wreck gets through the pack on that initial Freight Train in a scoring pass. And Austin's going to call the jam off. 0-point signal for Wreck and the Beekeepers.
So a busy penalty box right now for the Anarchy. 2 blockers sitting, 1 standing. So it'll be 1 blocker all alone out there for Austin as AA Battery takes on Sharknado.
The Freight Train picking up 7 that last jam for Austin. AA off to the races on the inside. Pack still set up at the jam line. AA hits the pack. Rolling Thunder clears the lane. Picks up 4 points, calls it off, denying Sharknado and the Anarchy. We tick down to 21-44. Looks like there's still 3 in the box for Anarchy. Solo blocker. Catrix is going to hold it down by themselves out there. Slam I Am jamming for the Beekeepers. Checked out by Catrix. And Slam I Am going to come away. No, Forearm's going to go to the box. Freight Train jamming for Anarchy, coming away lead. Pack sets up at the pivot line. Now Anarchy with the blocker advantage, 4-2 in the pack, or 4-3 in the pack. Freight Train cuts to the outside, gets away, skates ahead with 4. Back to full strength in the pack as it sets up a turn 2. Freight Train hits. Slam I Am, penalties time is over, working that initial pass. Freight Train finds that inside line, busts out with 4, and Slam I Am still working that initial pass here.
Got a star pass to Scarlett Davidson. Scarlett Davidson, the blocker MVP for the MVP for the Beekeepers in Game 1 of this weekend.
And Freight Train with her 5th scoring pass picks up 17 for Austin Anarchy, bringing them to 97 to the Beekeepers 153. 19:20 on the clock. And we're going to have a Beekeepers timeout.
Got a Toy Division timeout by the Beekeepers.
Yeah, be sure to check out Toy Division, an inclusive store and community for anyone who loves toys, collectibles, video games, and everything in between. Follow them on social media, and you can find a link to Toy Division on Instagram to see all their next show appearances. Link on Linktree for IHOD at linktree/IHOD.
Also, we got Urban Apothecary on site today. Skater-made wellness products from Urban Apothecary like gummies for focus, rest, and sleep. Topical pain relievers and bath soaks at the massage booth all weekend or online at urbanapothecary.shop. You can find their link on our Linktree, linktr.ee/IHOD. About to get back in action here. Sorry about that. You got, looks like Sharknado, I think. Yep, Sharknado out there for the Anarchy, Cat Daddy for the Beekeepers.
Full strength of the pack starting off on the jam line for jam number 10. Cat Daddy up front, 2 to get past, 1 to get past, finds the inside of turn 2, and comes away lead. The jammers are away, pack setting up at turn 2. Here comes Cat Daddy on the outside. Gets past and calls it off. 2-point signal for Cat Daddy and the Beekeepers.
Up next on the Derby Beast jammer line, that's AA Battery. It's going to be Freight Train out there for the Anarchy. CVM penalty box currently unoccupied. Both teams at full strength.
Wild Style steps back to clear the path. Freight Train going to be your lead jammer. And AA getting caught on a track cut here. Freight Train on a power jam now. Anarchy down to blocker. Sheesh bringing Freight Train back to turn 1. Freight Train taking a whip to get around the outside back to the end and going to call it off. And allow Anarchy to start with a power start.
So power jam to start here as Sharknado starts unopposed.
Austin lines up single file line on the inside lane. Sharknado works his way through, coming out, lead jammer out of turn 1. Pack sets up at the pivot line. Sharknado taking the outside lane, cuts to the end, coming away with 4. AA's penalty time is over. Rejoin the pack, making that initial pass. Here comes Sharknado, another scoring pass. Directional called. Looks like Truffle Shuffle getting the directional, I think. Anarchy coming away with 8 that jam, bringing them within 109 to 155. 15 and a half to go. Reckless out first, going to be your lead jammer. Freight Train about a hash mark behind. Jammer on jammer race going to force a call off. 15-15 on the clock.
Slaypeck's now out there jamming for the Beekeepers, going up against Freight Train. Austin down 1 blocker. Make that 2 blockers.
Slaypeck's check to the inside, being run back behind the jam line. Gets away now, coming away lead jammer. Austin losing one of his pivot. And Slaypex breaks through, picking up 4. Beekeepers up 2 blockers in the pack at the moment. Freight Train still working that initial pass. Slapex working a second scoring pass. Cuts the outside. Gets the speed on the outside. Takes off with 4 more. Freight Train has an outside lane. Breaks through on that initial pass. As Slapex rolls up. Calls it off. 0 point signaled. 8-0 for the Gatekeepers that jam. And we have a team timeout for Austin. Of course, that is a Toy Division timeout. An inclusive store and community for anyone who loves toys, video games, collectibles, and everything in between. Follow Toy Division on Instagram. See their schedule and the show appearances for on the IHOD link tree. That's linktree/IHOD.
So after this game, we will, of course, announce the game MVPs, but we're also going to be announcing the weekend MVPs immediately after that. So stick around here to find out who the all-stars this weekend were. Again, don't forget, after party tonight at 9 Mile Garden in South County. That'll start at 7:30 p.m. There'll be a few food trucks, as well as indoor-outdoor games, a cantina, 40 beers on tap, craft cocktails, wine, seltzers, and non-alcoholic beverages. So be sure to hit the after party at 9 Mile Garden tonight at 7:30 p.m. Back in action, and it's Cat Daddy out there against Sharknado.
Sharknado running up the outside.
So it looks like Sharknado is lead jammer. Cat Daddy's out at front, though.
Cat Daddy checked back. Gonna be right back behind turn 1. Sharknado's got 4. Working on the second pass now. Cat Daddy breaks out, picking up his 4. Each team losing a blocker this pass. Anarchy down 2 at the moment. Sharknado picking up 4 points. Cat Daddy in the pack. Breaking out. Anarchy losing a blocker as their pivot's time had ended. 2-1 in the box. And Sharknado picking up 4, going to call it off. Should be a 12-8 jam advantage Austin. Bringing them within 50 now.
On the Derby Beast jammer line, it's now AA Battery going up against Freight Train.
$2v4 in the pack as they roll back on the jam line to start. 4 Beekeepers, and Freight Train breaks out first to the inside. Lead jammer. Pack setting up at turn 1 and 2. Austin gets one of his blockers back. Freight Train hits the pack. AA gets checked out of turn 2, brought back. Freight Train picking up 2 for Austin and shutting out the Beekeepers that jam.
Sharknado now out there for the Anarchy. Reckless for the Beekeepers. 4-on-3 pack advantage in favor of the Beekeepers right now. Anarchy blockers standing in the penalty box, so they'll rejoin here shortly.
And it looks like we're back to full strength in the pack. And of course, as soon as you say that, you start hearing whistles. Wreck out for, oh no.
Oh.
Blocking to the back. Power jam here. for Sharknado and the Anarchy. Sharknado going to be your lead jammer. Pack will set up here, ready for the power jam. Austin does the single file line on the inside. Sharknado takes the outside lane, picks up the 4 and calls it off. Austin will start off on another power start.
It's going to be Freight Train out there for the power start for the Anarchy.
Beekeepers with a blocker advantage. 1 standing up in the box for the Anarchy. Freight Train looking for a path through. The pack set up on the far straightaway now. And Austin defenders look back just in time to see Wreck rolling up on the pack. Freight Train breaks out first, going to be lead jammer. And Wreck out on that first pass. Reckless coming in hot. Freight Train going to call it off. A 0-point signal for the Beekeepers. And looks like 3 for Anarchy.
So it'll be Sharknado up next for the Anarchy going up against Slapex for the Beekeepers.
Anarchy now within 42. Yep. 8.5 to go. Little now Slapex out first, coming away lead jammer out of turn 1. Pack sets up at turn 2. Anarchy sets up for Slapex to hit it. He hits it and quits it. Our jam ref getting a point clarification. 0-point signal for the Anarchy.
Cat Daddy now out there for the Beekeepers. Freight Train for the Anarchy. Both teams at full strength as the Collectivum Sports penalty box is empty.
Little now Slapex picking up 2 that last jam. Cat Daddy out first, lead jammer. Packs off to the races out of turn 2 into the far straightaway now. Cat Daddy hits the pack, calls it off. 0-point signal for Austin. 0-point signaled for St. Louis. Team timeout for Austin. Our timeouts, of course, brought to you by Toy Division, an inclusive store and community for anyone that loves toys, collectibles, video games, all those wonderful items that we love and cherish so much. So much nostalgia. You can find them on their Instagram, on all the show pages on the IHOD linktree/IHOD.
Your skating officials this game: Johnny Demonic, Gym Class Hero, RDFM, Laddie, Elemental, MC Ninja, Breadpool, and also Rough Draft, who happens to be celebrating their 29th anniversary with Effin' Rough this weekend. So congratulations to them, too, spending their 29th anniversary. Very romantic, spending it here at IHOD. Nothing says romance like a derby venue. What can I say? I'm just a hopeless romantic. So it's going to be double-A battery out there for the Beekeepers taking on Sharknado for the Anarchy. So Sheesh picks up a forearm penalty, so she'll take a seat. Meanwhile, Sharknado's going to be your lead jammer.
Pack set up here at the apex. Sharknado skates through, picking up his 4. Double A holding the start, breaks through in that initial. Double A battery goes for a turn jump, trying to pick up points. No, not successful, but Anarchy picking up 4 more, a total of 8 that jam.
Austin really starting to chip away at this lead here.
137 to 173. Don't go cross-side.
Just 34 points separating these two squads now. 5:45 to go here in the second half, and it's Freight Train out there against Reckless.
Freight Train out first. Beekeeper's going to go back to help get Cat Daddy out, or Reckless out. Freight Train rolls up the outside lane. Yields to get outside to make sure it's clean. Reckless still working that initial pass. Tries to go to the outside of turn 1. Up the middle lane. Finds the inside lane. He gets out. Initial pass for Reckless. Austin will come back now to help try to get Freight Train points. Freight Train calls it off as Reckless rolls up on the pack. Freight Train picking up 4 for Austin. 0 signaled for the Beekeepers.
Slapex now taking the line and going up against Sharknado. Both teams at full strength. It looks like we're going to have an official review now. It's an Urban Apothecary official review.
Skater-made wellness products from Urban Apothecary, like gummies for focus, rest, and sleep. Topical pain relievers and bath soaks at the massage booth all weekend or online at urbanapothecary.shop. Get your pre- and post-game care that your body needs. Link the IHOD linktree/IHOD. Quick check of the Bevo's bail bonds and brats. If you skate hard and party harder, we'll help you get your skaters and your dignity back by Monday morning. Current score, Austin Anarchy 141. St. Louis Beekeepers 173, 4:29 on the clock. An official review waiting to start jam number 23. We got Cole and chat cheering for Cat to get Anarchy MVP. Shout out to chat tuning in.
So the official review, Anarchy was trying to get a low block call on Reckless, saying that they slid into the legs of an opposing blocker, but there was not deemed to be enough impact to merit a call, so they will lose their official review. So Slapex out there now against Sharknado.
Gatekeepers losing a blocker. Sharknado out first, lead jammer. Pack set up on the far straightaway. Sharknado hits the pack, gets tripped up, calling it off. 0 points, either team. Crowd excited for that point denial there with that check.
Cat Daddy on the line now for the Beekeepers. Freight Train out there for the Anarchy.
Beekeepers down a blocker with the pack lined up right in front of the jam line. Freight Train takes the outside, Cat Daddy the inside. Hulk headed to the box, and Freight Train gets out first, lead jammer. 2 in the box for the Beekeepers. Cat Daddy was looking for an inside lane, but Freight Train breaks out, picking up 4. Cat Daddy recycles. No pack called. Cat Daddy gets out on the initial. Freight Train on the second scoring pass. And it looks like, I think I see 3 signaled. Yeah, 3 points.
4, actually.
4, okay.
Yeah.
It's that distance, man.
Yeah.
It's a blurry 4th. 8 total for Freight Train in the Anarchy, taking them within 149 to Beekeepers 173. 24-point game.
So it's Sharknado now out there against AA Battery.
Anarchy with a blocker advantage. Sharknado finds outside lane, shrugging that check off, coming away lead jammer. Pack sets up at turn 1. Here comes Sharknado on the outside, being dipping down, picking up 4. Anarchy blocker picking up a directional from our OPR. AA hits the pack. Here comes Sharknado rolling in. And Sharknado going to be on a power jam here. AA takes a seat in the CVM sports penalty box. Looks like Sharknado checked out of turn 4. He's going to go ahead and call it off and set Anarchy with a power start. 3 passes for the Anarchy, 12. 1 pass for the Beekeepers, 4. Bringing Anarchy within 161 to 177, 110 on the clock.
Only 16 points now separating these two squads. The power jam still in effect as we're going to have a timeout here, a Toy Division timeout by the Beekeepers.
A big thank you to Toy Division being our timeout sponsor, an inclusive store community for anyone who loves toys, video games, collectibles. Find their Instagram link and their schedule for appearances on the IHOD Linktree/IHOD.
So with just over a minute to go, 1:03 on the clock, this could very well be the last jam of the game. Only 16 points separating these two squads. And the Anarchy starting on a power start.
Anarchy out of timeouts and their official review, too, so they won't be able to stop the clock.
Yep, both teams down 1 blocker.
Beekeepers still with 2 timeouts, should they need it. Freight Train going to start with this power start here. 1 blocker apiece in the box. Freight Train out. Lead jammer. Anarchy loses their pivot. Freight Train finds outside lane. First scoring pass, 4 points. AA making that initial pass. Freight Train in the pack, second scoring pass. AA in the pack, getting points now for the Beekeepers. 4 points for the Beekeepers. Jam called.
Oh, Austin calls the jam, but they've got no way to stop the clock.
8-4 that jam.
So right now your unofficial final, 181 Beekeepers, 169 Austin. Waiting for that final whistle. So that is going to be your final score. Beekeepers 181, Austin Anarchy 169. All right, we've got some MVPs to hand out here for this game and for the weekend. We're going to start off with our MVPs for this game. So our MVP for the Beekeepers is going to be Reckless. Congratulations, buddy. And for the Anarchy, it's going to be Catrix. Catrix, you are the MVP for the Austin Anarchy. There you go, Catrix. So now we're going to announce our event MVPs. I think most of them have already left for the day, unfortunately, so we'll have to get that to them. So our event jammer MVP is going to go to D-Ray. D-Ray from Toronto is going to be our event MVP. Is D-Ray here? All right, awesome. D-Ray's here. Come on over, bud. Our blocker MVP happened to be playing in this game. Slaytoven, where you at? Slaytoven, you're our blocker MVP for the weekend. Slaytoven. Hey, Slaytoven. You are blocker MVP for the weekend. And then our Spirit MVP is going to go to Diamond. So Diamond's going to be our Spirit MVP for the weekend. All right, we got one more game. We are not done yet. Our final game of the day coming up here in, let's see, about 30 minutes. And it'll be Y'all Holla versus the Carolina Wrecking Balls to close out the 2025 edition of IHOD. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back to action here in about 30 minutes.
Break down, chase a light, we're all enabled on the go. Head high, we're alone, are we taking all in front of us? Head high, how could we know it was all along on the side? We should read between the lines, now we're on the right way to go. Head high, we're not alone, oh, we are not out of luck. Running for my life.
Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? Nowhere to go, so far from home. Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? So I break these walls and hold my head up high, and I swear my ground until the day I die. As the rain falls down, there's no more tears to cry, tears to cry. So I break these walls and hold my head up high. No, I'm not giving in. 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 I'm not giving. No, 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 I'm not giving. I'm not giving.
Another day to lose control. There's a fire in my bones. My sight gets blurry, pushing back the tears. Should take a leap of faith and face my fear. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out, but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano. Like a volcano.
They say every day's a new day. Live it like your last day. It's okay to feel great. You're all jumping on a new wave. Time goes by, but I'll stay stuck up in my old ways. So hard to unlearn habits we got addicted to. I'm trying to change my life, but so much easier to say than do. Oh, please help me. Please go easy on me. I can't believe it's so hard for me to see that I deserve this. Deserve to feel happy now. So please go easy. Please go easy on me. Go easy on me. Go easy on me. Easy on me. Don't give me a hard time, just let me live my life in peace. My life in peace. Been broken a long time, don't remember the highlights of me. Highlights of me. Oh, please help me. Please go easy on me. I can't believe it's so hard for me to see that I deserve this. Deserve to feel happy now. So please go easy. Please go easy. So hard to unlearn habits we got addicted to. I'm trying to change my life, but so much easier to say than do. Oh, please help me. Please go easy. Please go easy. Oh, please help. Please go easy. Go easy on me. So go easy.
suggest. You know I suggest.
I got a piece of my heart that's covered in gold. You know I'm one of a kind, or so I've been told. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. This is paradise.
addicted to you. Visions of you. Come closer, 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 closer. Come closer, 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 closer. Visions of you. Intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste.
All right, everybody, it is that time. The final game of IHOD 2025. Alongside Trauma, I am Star Spangled Hammer. We're bringing you the final game between the Valhalla and the Carolina Wrecking Balls.
That's right. For Valhalla 09, we have Gideon 1-2 Slug 1229 Juice Box 23 Quadzella LK 235 Guillotine Grace 25 Heartful Metal number 3 Wombo Combo number 4 Sharpie Markham 6 GI Joel 69 The Dude number 7 Tally 808 Steve Sweat 81 Reaper 911 Soccer Blue and 99 Sparks.
All right, and for the Carolina Wrecking Balls, 0 Cambo, 108 Nightshade, 112 Yeti, 13 Brickhouse, 16 Betty Ford Cynic, 1633 T-Puff, 18 Tora New One, 33 Shut Your Mouth, 35 Old Dirty Packer, 350 Roxy Rampage, 400 Brickyard, 50-50 Tiny Danger, 667 Billy Goat, and 87 Black and Wild.
Looks like this game is about to get underway for at the Derby Beast Jammer line. We've got Yeti for the Carolina Wrecking Balls and Wombo Combo for Valhalla.
Good to see Brickyard back here on the track here, a former arch rival skater. Moved away years ago. Always good to see some old arch rival veterans back here in St. Louis, even if they are wearing a different jersey.
Both jammers dancing around through the pack, looking for that hole. First penalty of the game. White 3-3 assessed for a high block. And Wombo Combo out as lead jammer. Woo. This Valhalla wall holding Yeti on their initial pass. Wombo picks up 4, coming around for his second scoring pass. Stuffed by Cambo at the line.
So Wombo Combo finally calling that jam off. Let's see how many total he got here. Looks like 4 more. So it's going to be, I believe, an 8-point jam. Yep, 8-point jam. So the opening salvo for Yalhalla, 8-0 right now.
Up next at the Jammer Line, we have Black and Wild versus Full Metal Heart. I'm sorry.
Heart Full Metal is going to be your lead jammer. Yalhalla, oh, and a track cut on Black and Wild. So now a power jam here for Yalhalla. So the Collectivum penalty box getting busy. Got 3 Carolina players in the box, 1 Yalhalla player. So it'll be a power start here and a pack advantage for Yalhalla.
Next at the line, the Dude. Steve Sweat picking up a high block. The Dude out on his first scoring pass. Teep-off with the knockout in the drop back. Dude picks up 4 more. Black and Wild completes his initial pass.
So the Dude abides, calling that jam off. No points on that second pass, so a 4-point jam there for Yalhalla. Brickyard out there for Carolina. We got Soccer Blue out there for Yalhalla.
Brick pushes her way up to the front of the pack. Lead jammer. Stars off. Clean pass to Quadzilla LK. He's coming out of the pack. Carolina looking to put some points on the board. Carolina elects for the quick call, getting a 3-0 jam.
So Wombo Combo back on the Derby Beast jammer line. Going up against Yep, that is T-Puff, you're correct.
Nope, I don't know. Can't see the number. Nope, no pass to the front. Wombo out and scoring points. Wombo opting for the quick call, ending up with a 2-0 jam. Jam number 6 lining up right now. Carolina's down 1 blocker. Looks like Black and Wild on the line and Heart Full Metal. Wow, amazing offense on the inside line by G.I. Joel. Springs Heartful Metal loose. Out for lead jammer. Black and Wild knocked out and taken all the way back by Sharpie Markham. Fights his way to the front of the pack. Finds a wall of red. G.I. Joe with the knockout.
So that jam comes to an end. One more point there for Yalhalla, so a 5-point jam. Takes us to 21-3 in favor of Yalhalla. 22-18 to go here in the first half.
Hammer, look over at the CVM penalty box. You can see our friend tore a new one.
So 2 points were being corrected. 2 points, so a 6-point jam. It's the Dude versus Brickyard.
Wow, both jammers evading offense at the end of the pack.
So Saka Blue out there for the Yalhalla, going up against T-Puff for Carolina.
Soccer Blue called lead jam.
Soccer Blue, your lead jammer.
One hand catch by T-Puff. Escapes on there after their initial. Soccer Blue scoring points. Opts to call it off. As we approach the 20-minute mark in the first half, looking at a score of Yalhalla 26, Wrecking Balls 5.
So quick official timeout there. Back into action. Got Black and Wild for Carolina going against Wombo Combo for Yalhalla.
Black and Wild breaks out of the pack. Lead jammer followed closely behind by Wombo Combo. Both teams with a blocker in the box. Wombo cuts out, picks up all 4 points. I'm sorry, 3 points. Ops to call it.
Next up on the Derby Beast jammer line, that's going to be Heartful Metal for Yalhalla. Brickyard for Carolina.
Brickyard scampers up the inside line, untouched, lead jammer. One to beat. Heartful Metal falls her out of the pack. All 4 points. Brickyard looks to call it off. Jammer 11 at the line. We have T-Puff going up against the Dude.
He's just like the Dude.
That's like your opinion, man. Sparks knocking T-Puff out on what looked like an open line. But he re-enters the pack, getting out for lead Jammer. Brickhouse just repeatedly knocking the Dude to the inside or outside line and running him all the way back. Oh, busting through that scene, the Dude comes out, finishes his initial pass.
Gonna have a timeout called, a Toy Division timeout by Yalhalla. Don't forget, 7:30 p.m. tonight, the after party will be at 9 Mile Garden in South County. There'll be food trucks. There will be a cantina, 40 taps, craft cocktails, wine, seltzers, and, of course, non-alcoholic beverages. Indoor and outdoor games available. The food trucks will be on site until 10 p.m., so head on out to 9 Mile Garden in South County for our after party immediately following this game.
Sounds like a really fun time, Hammer.
Should be a good time.
We're going to take this time out also to shout out our talented skating officials we have with us today. For this game, we have Ninja Sassum, RDFM, Gym Class Hero, Thriller, Adam Splitter, Bread Pool, Doesn't Matter, and MC Ninja.
Back in action, and it's Black and Wild out there for Yalhalla against Sacre Blue.
Soccer Blue out as lead Jammer. Black and Wild still on his initial pass. Oh, look at this waterfall at the front of the pack. Doesn't stop Soccer Blue though. Soccer Blue picks up all 4 points, opts to call it. But both teams are down a blocker at the CVM penalty box.
Wombo Combo now out there for Yalhalla, going up against Brickyard for Carolina. Brickyard working that inside line on the tippy toes. Gets out, gets lead Jammer. Oh! And now a track cut on Wombo Combo, so a power jam here for Brickyard.
This could be the break Carolina needs to put some points up on the board. Wow, great sweeping offense to the outside by Brickhouse and Billy Goat. Brickyard saying, run it, run it. Another 4 points. Wombo coming back out during his initial pass. Ooh, hits the pack with speed. They absorb the impact pretty well. All right, now Wombo's on a scoring pass.
So Brickyard calls that jam off, and I do believe we're going to have ourselves a lead change. Carolina now with a 1-point lead after 16 points put on the board by Brickyard. So big jam there. T-Puff on the Derby Beast jammer line now for Carolina, going up against Heart Full Metal for Yalhalla. Each team with one blocker in the box.
You know, you think those lines are open, and then a pair of jean shorts covers it. Shatters your dreams. But it didn't shatter Heartful Metal's dreams. They're out as lead jammer. Successful star pass by, actually, Carolina just put their star back on. T-Puffs out to score points.
So 4 points, an 8-point total jam, and that's going to be another lead change. Yalhalla back on top. 7 points the difference. Looks like we're going to have an official review here. It's an Urban Apothecary official review.
You might ask, what is Urban Apothecary? They have skater-made wellness products like gummies for focus, rest, and sleep, topical pain relievers, and bath soaks at the massage booth all weekend. But it looks like they're already packed up, actually. So you can find them online now. Their link is in the IHOD link tree. Oh, we're doing the boot cam? We can take focus off the boots.
Boot cam lingering a little long, getting a little weird. Never a dull moment here, that's for sure. So the Carolina official review trying to get a misconduct call for hitting a down skater, but the ref crews had deemed that there was plenty of room for that skater to get up and the contact was incidental. So no penalty assessed. Carolina will lose their official review, and we are now back in action.
Jammer
Black and Wild, lead jammer.
Crowded places, feel it sinking in. Lonely faces, say you need a friend. No matter the distance.
Now it'd be a good time to give a big shout out to all of our volunteers here, especially our medics. Would like to thank them for the wonderful job that they've been doing this weekend. Fortunately, they haven't had a whole lot to do. Really a big shout out to all the volunteers that have helped make this event possible this weekend. We do really appreciate the work that you do here. These kinds of all weekend events would not be possible without the help of the wonderful volunteers that we have.
As we come back from this official timeout, Valhalla has a power start. Looks like Heartful Metal in the line. And Carolina in a blocker down situation as well.
So when we get back to play here, it will be a power start for Valhalla. Heartful Metal on the Derby Beast Jammer line solo. Carolina also with one blocker in the box, so a 4-on-3 pack advantage for Valhalla as well.
Heartful Metal springs out this, for lead jammer on the outside of the pack. So fast. Again, same lane he took the first time. No one touched him. Valhalla has lost one blocker to the box through pivot. Quadzilla. Heartful Metal calling it just as Black and Wild releases from the box. Both teams will now be down a blocker, but jammer start. The dude taking on Brickyard for jam number 17 here. Quadzilla releases from the box, immediately plays offense for his jammer. Dude hops the beginning of the turn, lead jammer. Brickyard's pulled her cover, still on her initial. Her pivot just now leaving the box, but she gets out, finishes her initial pass. Dude through for 4. blocker for Yalhalla, 808, picking up a penalty. I didn't catch what it was. We'll start the jam in the CVM penalty box.
T-Puff out there for Carolina. Wombo combo for Yalhalla.
That was some pretty good teamwork. T-Puff teamed up with old Dirty Packer. Helped secure Wombo, but then Wombo ends up breaking free. Lead jammer called. Covers off for Carolina. But finishes initial anyway. Wombo calling it after picking up 3 points.
Sharpie Markham headed to the penalty box for Yalhalla. $17 points the difference right now. Dallas Yalhalla up 51-34. 8:44 to go here in the first half.
Tally back at the line for Yalhalla, going up against Black and Wild for Carolina. Throws a quick Olay, makes Sparks miss. Black and Wild's our lead jammer. Tally's pulled his cover, but he didn't need to do that either. Out finishing his initial.
And it looks like we're going to get a penalty on Tally. A low block there at the end of that jam. So now we're going to have a power start here. We're going to have an official timeout real quick. Scorekeepers wanting some clarification on points on the second pass. Thriller saying no points for Yalhalla. So 4 points for Carolina on that jam, none for Yalhalla. And now a power start here. Brickyard on the Derby Beast jammer line for Carolina.
13 points is not that big of a gap. Oh. Ooh. Yalhalla baiting the lines really well. Brickyard changing direction at the last second. Out for lead jammer. But did eat most of the penalty for Tally. Picked up all 4 on that pass. Successful star pass to Quad Zilla. Throwing on the cover, coming out, trying to score some points. Brickyard picks up all 4. That would be an 8-0 jam for Carolina.
Only 5 points now separate these two squads. 51-46. Yalhalla up over the Wrecking Balls with 6:30 to go here in the first half.
Jam 21 about to be underway. Yalhalla starting blocker down. I feel like we've seen this matchup before. We've got Heartful Metal in the line for Yalhalla against T-Puff for Carolina. T-Puff breaks out the front of the pack. Lead jammer hot on his heels is Heartful Metal. T-Puff flips his hips, gets past Steve Sweat, picks up 1 point, opts to call it 1-0 Carolina. 2. I'm sorry, there was a ghost point.
Gonna have an official review now here by Dallas. It's an Urban Apothecary official review, one of our wonderful sponsors here this weekend. Hope you were able to take advantage of the services that Urban Apothecary was offering this weekend. Wonderful massage work. Also some wonderful therapeutic products for sale.
This has been a pretty exciting first half. Had Yalahala jump out to an early lead, but then Carolina came back in, had a couple lead changes, and now we have just a 3-point game with 5.5 minutes left in the first. Jam 22 about to get underway. On the line, we have the Dude going up against Black and Wild.
So the official review that was looking for a back block call, but the refs had determined that it was a legal blocking zone that was hit. So no official review.
Both jammers broke from the pack so quickly, but the Dude did pick up lead jammer and opted to burn about 12 seconds of his blocker's penalty in the box before calling it off.
Next up on the Derby Beast jammer line, that's the Dude for...
I guess he's not tired. I guess he's not tired going back to back.
Yeah.
Going up against Brickyard for Carolina. Wow, just a little jammer offense. Looked a little forearmy to me by the Dude, but did knock Brickyard out. The Dude out for lead jammer. And throws just a casual apex jump, picking up all 4 points. The box is now clear for Yalahala. Brickyard still on her initial jam. Brickyard pulls her cover, looks back, sees her pivot, has actually run the jammer for the other team all the way back. Keeps fighting up at the front of the pack. Brickyard pushing up against G.I. Joe. Finishes her initial. Calls from the bench for the Dude to call it. Picks up 4 total in the jam, 4-0 favor of Yalahala.
Wombo combo now on the Derby Beast jammer line for Yalahala. Black and Wild out there for Carolina.
Right? It didn't move for a minute. defensive struggle early on. Ooh, power jam. We got a forearm called on Black and Wild. See how Yalhalla capitalizes. Oh, this is going to be a 2-minute jam. Wombo also picks up a forearm. We have a jammer swap and a full 2-minute jam.
So this jam will go the full 2 minutes now as both jammers picked up penalties there.
I wonder if both jammers will keep their star on. So it appears that Wombo knocked Black and Wild out, ran him all the way back, hoping his team would recycle upon him, but then Carolina took the front of the line.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah. Yalhalla doing what they can to protect their lead, burn a little bit of clock. I believe both jammers are on their first scoring pass. I'm sorry.
So a 2-minute jam nets us 0 points.
Looks like two skaters picked up penalties as the play was expiring, or right after it expired. Carolina hopes to take advantage of a power start. Wombo for Yalhalla starts in the box, along with the pivot for Carolina. T-Puff on the line. Jam number 25 underway. This might be our last jam, about 40 seconds left. G.I. Joe picking up a forearm, following Brickhouse to the box. T-Puff with lead jammer status coming through on his first scoring pass. Wombo with star in hand re-enters the track. Though his pivot's at the front of the pack, trying to hold T-Puff from scoring. Got an injury timeout.
I think the stoppage in play is because Wombo Combo, I believe, is bleeding. I noticed as he was skating out of the penalty box, he kind of stuck his fingers in his mouth and was showing him to his jam ref.
Interesting. I've not seen that before.
So an official timeout right now. 2 seconds left in the first half. The score 55-51 in favor of Yalhalla.
I spoke too soon with like 35 seconds left. I thought that might be our last jam. Didn't see this coming.
So it's going to be Tally versus Brickyard.
And like I said, both teams have a blocker in the box. As a jammer, you love to see that. Any advantage you can have. Brickyard bursting up the inside line, lead jammer. Where Show You Move has knocked out Tally, run him all the way back. Great re-entry by Brickyard. As Brickhouse and Quad were kind of playing at the back of the pack, she waited to the out of play call and then re-entered. Tally with star in hand finishes his initial pass. Got another injury on the track.
jam call due to a player down. So that is going to be the half. Your score, Dallas Derby Devils Yalhalla 55, Carolina Wrecking Balls 53 at the half.
Stay tuned. We'll be back in about 14 minutes. Finish up this event, IHOD 2025.
Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? Nowhere to go, so far from home. Is this what giving up feels like? tell me have I lost my mind? So I break these walls and hold my head up high, and I swear my pride until the day I die. As the rain falls down, there's no more tears to cry, tears to cry. So I break these walls and hold my head up high. No, I'm not giving in. 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 No, I'm not giving. No, I'm not giving. No, I'm not giving. No, I'm not giving. I'm not giving. No, I'm not giving.
I can't take it anymore. My mind's about to go to war. I need someone to save me from myself, to hear me cry when I call out for help. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out, but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano. Like a volcano. Blow it up like a volcano. What you do, what you do, what you do to me? Can't you see what it means when you're second free? What you do, what you do, what you do to me? Can't you see what it means when you're second free? Another day to lose control. There's a fire in my bones. My sight gets blurry, pushing back the tears. Should take a leap of faith and face my fear. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out, but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano. Like a volcano.
Just under a minute until we get back to the action for here, our last game. Let's look at some scores from earlier today. In game one, the Gatekeepers beat the Race City Rebels 291 to 135. In game two, Chicago Bruise Brothers came out over 245 over Toronto Mixed Derby at 168. And in game three, the Austin Anarchy. Is that flipped? The Beekeepers beat Austin Anarchy 181 to 169. And we're opening the second half with just a 2-point gap between the Wrecking Balls and Yalhalla. This is wrong. They got the scores flipped.
All right, second half about to begin. Heart Full Metal out there for Yalhalla going up against, I believe that's Black and Wild. Yes, it is for Carolina. Only 2 points currently separate these two squads.
Black and Wild said, block her down. What's that mean? Gets lead jam, but Heart Full Metal follows him quickly out of the pack. Black and Wild burning off as much of Brickhouse's penalty as he can before calling it 0-0. Jam number 2. Looks like we have T-Puff at the line for Carolina going up against the Dude for Yalhalla. Ooh, amazing little pick play by G.I. Joel in lane 2. Opens up the line for the Dude to get lead jammer. Clean box for Carolina. Looked like the Dude was going to call it for a second. I thought I saw one tap, but I guess not two. Tor Newen going to the box for Carolina. Dude gets all 4 points. Calls it off. Looks like T-Puff picked up 4-3 jam in favor of Yalhalla. Carolina down 2 blockers. Should see Yalhalla throw some offense here. Ouch. Wombo gets quickly gets lead, calls it off right as Brickyard breaks the pack. 0-0. Did that, still trapping those 2 Carolina blockers in the box.
So Wombo Combo stays on the track to jam again. This time we'll be going up against Black and Wild.
This is the second time we've seen Yalhalla do this today. Their jammer said, I want more. Jam number 4, Black and Wild on the line for Carolina, going up against Wombo Combo for Yalhalla. One-hand catch. Gets out, gets lead. Wombo gets all 4 points. Black and Wild still on his initial pass. Oh, Brickhouse dumping Wombo Combo out on the line. Zero jam. I'm sorry, 4-0 jam. Again, looking at Carolina with 2 blockers in the box. Those down 2 starts will hurt you, especially when you're trying to play your way back into a game. T-Puff on the line going up against Soccer Blue for Yalhalla. Soccer Blue picking up lead jammer, going out of the pack. T-Puff with a hard Yalhalla wall in front of him. Carolina's pivots back on the track. Cover comes off. But then they switch to play defense on Soccer Blue, who ends up picking up all 4 points. Calling off the jam from the floor is Soccer Blue. I said Brickyard and Full Metal.
Brickyard out there jamming for Carolina. Heartful Metal out there for Yalhalla. Heartful Metal, your lead jammer.
Brickyard's pulled her cover. Her pivot's involved. But she gets out, finishes her initial pass. Heartful Metal picking up all four, opting for a call off.
I think Heartful Metal picked up a forearm at the end of that jam. The outside ref skating into a form, the jam ref. So we're going to have a power start here for Carolina. And now a timeout called by Carolina. A toy division timeout.
Can you tell me more about Toy Division?
If I had my notes. An inclusive store and community for anyone who loves toys, video games, collectibles, and everything in between. Make sure you follow Toy Division on Instagram to find out their next show appearance. Link is in the IHOD link tree, linktr.ee/IHOD.
That was great teamwork.
Had a little teleprompter action there. I like that. It was nice. Not used to that. Yeah, it's like follow the little bouncing ball.
I'm thinking Carolina's using this timeout to recollect themselves, take advantage of this power start. They're only down 15. Black and Wild on the line for Carolina. Jam 7 underway.
Ooh.
Cut on Black and Wild. Jammer swap. Lead still open. Heart Metal going to see if they can get out and get lead. Black and Wild back in. Attempts a little bit of an apex jump. Joel there to thwart his plan, though. Wow. Black and Wild has completed his initial, but is not lead due to receiving a penalty. Wow, great job. Breaks pack, gets lead, and ends up preventing Black and Wild from scoring any points.
The dude out there now for Yalhalla going up against Brickyard for Carolina. Brickyard quickly secures lead jammer for Carolina. The dude, however, not far behind.
Oh my God.
1 point for Carolina, 3 for Yalhalla.
Jam 9 underway. On the line, we've got Yeti for Carolina Wrecking Balls going up against Wombo Combo for Yalhalla. Yeti gets out first, lead jammer. Wombo's pulled his cover, but actually there was a successful star pass to Quadzilla. Yeti picks up 3 before calling it off.
14 points now the difference between these two squads. 20-35 to go here in the second half. Final game of IHOD 2025 here between the Carolina Wrecking Balls and Dallas Yalhalla. Next up on the Derby Beast Jammer line, that's Brickyard for Carolina. Heart full metal out there for Yalhalla.
A whole slew of Carolina blockers forcing Heartful Metal out at the front of the pack, dropping him all the way back. Oh, Brickyard picking up a penalty for leading with her head. Power jam for Yalhalla. Lead is still open. Now it's closed. Heartful Metal called our lead jammer. Yalhalla's got a blocker at the back of the pack. Calling it after 2 points, setting up a power start for Yalhalla.
A low-scoring affair here in this game. Score only 76-60, 16 points separating these two squads at the moment. Yalhalla with the lead at the moment.
I think you could call this a defensive battle.
It absolutely is. Both of these packs doing really nice work bottling up these jammers.
Wow, the dude with the apex jump, picking up lead jammer. Brickyard standing, cover in hand. Ooh, ouch. Oh, Brickhouse hit in the face. Brickyard breaking the pack. The dude picking up all four, waiting to kill some time off Quadzilla's penalty. Brickyard does pick up 1 point, coming up to a 4-1 jam in favor of Yalhalla. Jam 12 underway. For Yalhalla, we've got Wombo Combo at the line going up against Black and Wild for the Carolina Wrecking Balls. Black and Wild sprinting up the outside line, lead jammer. Brickhouse and a few Carolina blockers finishing up Wombo Combo on the inside line. That's a cut.
That's fair.
Black and Wild picking up 4. What's the call from the bench? Decides to call it off. You mentioned this earlier. It was a low-scoring affair. This game has always been one big jam away from a lead change. Time is dwindling down. We're about halfway through the second half. Anything could happen.
So it's going to be Yeti out there now for Carolina, going up against Soccer Blue for Yalhalla.
Oh. Power Jam Carolina. Soccer Blue picking up a back block. Yeti's still on his initial, but he's got 2 to beat at the front of the pack. And skates outside, tiptoeing the line, lead jammer. Here comes the Carolina offense, spreading apart Yalhalla. G.I. Joel, last person to beat, flips the jammer out with a nice little flourish. Soccer Blue in, cover in hand. Carolina notices, locks him down. Though still on their initial. got a clean start pass to Quadzilla. Yeti's calling it. So he's going to trap 2 of his own blockers in the box.
10 points, now the difference, a 4-point jam there for Carolina. Carolina currently down 80 to 70. And also down 2 blockers. Nope. 1 blocker. 1 blocker sits in the box for Carolina.
Power jam for Carolina. Tally picking up a forearm. Brickyard's out there. One to beat. Brickyard's our lead jammer. That Y'all Hollow wall, real strong. Red 235 being assessed a forearm. Ooh, that should have been a low block. Brickyard calling it off after being tripped up by a low block, but not before she gets all 4 points. Red's calling for an official review. Our official reviews are brought to us this weekend by Urban Apothecary. Stay tuned to find out. Thanks for tuning for my.
So Dallas trying to get a forearm call on Brickyard, but referees did not agree with that, and the official review was unsuccessful. So they will lose their review. Back in action now.
Jam 14 underway. T-Puff on the line for Carolina.
At least I think they're playing.
Going up against the dude. Dallas did start with 2 blockers in the box at the start of this jam, but are playing very lockdown defense on T-Puff. Wow. Wow, T-Puff breaks the front of the pack is our lead jammer. The dude's got the cover in his hand, looking for his pivot. His pivot just plays offense for him. He runs up the inside line, finishes his initial pass. T-Puff picks up all 4 points, calls it off. Got a 2-point game, Hammer.
Only 2 points now separate these squads. Dallas, Yalhalla up 80-78, 12:30 to go here in the second half. And it's going to be black and wild out there for Carolina. Wombo combo for Yalhalla.
Stop block assess to Old Dirty Packer. Good Carolina. Heads to the CVM penalty box. Wombo combo out as our lead jammer. Ooh. Had a no-pass situation in the front of the pack. Sparks left his feet on that block. Wombo calling it off after picking up 3.
Heart Full Metal now out there for Yalhalla, going up against Brickyard for Carolina. Carolina down 1 blocker, so 4-on-3 pack advantage for Yalhalla. Oh, and a forearm call on Heart Full Metal, so now a power jam here for Carolina and Brickyard.
This will be a 2-minute jam. I think lead was actually still open.
Well, it's going to be a 2-minute jam now as Brickyard took the helmet cover off.
But dances up the inside line, finishes her initial pass. Heartful Metal standing for Yalhalla. I believe they are on their initial pass as well. Sharpie Markham with some excellent defense on the line, but doesn't phase Brickyard, picks up all 4 points. But then Heartful Metal dashes through the pack themselves, out on a scoring pass. Carolina looks to be running this one, trying to pick up some points and get back in the game. Both jammers going point for point right now. Actually, that's wrong. Pass for, yeah. These long jams are never fun as a jammer. 30 seconds left. Okay, now point for point. Heart Full Metal picks up his 8th point. Some awesome line coverage by Cynic there. Knocks out Heart Full Metal. Cambo runs back.
So that jam comes to its natural conclusion. So it looks like a 11-10 advantage Carolina there. So now only 4 points separating these two squads. 8:47 to go here in the second half. This has all the makings of a real barn burner.
Yet he did something at the end of the play to go to the box. I didn't see what the call was, but Carolina is starting blocker down.
So it's T-Puff now out there for Carolina against Wombo Combo.
Carolina blocker getting hit quite hard in the back. Jam called for injury. Cynic rises under their own power and skates off the track. Jam 19 about underway. Looks like Black and Wild on the line going up against Tally. Like I mentioned, Carolina's down one blocker. Yeti in the box. Potentially serving a full 30.
All right, back in action here. Wombo Combo quickly grabs lead jammer on the inside line. Black and Wild out there for Carolina. So Wombo Combo calls that jam off, picks up 3 points. I think we have an official review, or official timeout, I mean.
The boot cam has made a reappearance. Looks like we're checking out all kinds of footwear right now. But it looks like we're looking at Artie's skates. Just under 8 minutes to play. We've got T-Puff on the line going up against Soccer Blue.
So Soccer Blue out there for Yalhalla. T-Puff out there for Carolina. Soccer Blue is going to be your lead jammer, Yalhalla.
Late form assessed at GI Joel. T-Puff picking up 3 points to Dallas's 4. Score sits at an 8-point difference. About 7 minutes to go in the second half.
So the dude out there now for Yalhalla going up against Brickyard for Carolina. Each team with a blocker in the box. The Collectivum Sports penalty box.
The dude attacking scenes, busts out in lane 3, picks up lead jammer. Successful star pass to Yeti from Carolina. Kill your The dude picking up all 4 points. But I believe he got knocked in the face.
Black and Wild now out there for Carolina. Heartful Metal for Yalhalla.
Each team with one blocker in the box. Lead is still open. Yalhalla playing bend not break defense at the front of the pack. Just massive bodies on the ground, tripping up both jammers and a couple blockers. Oh, cut assess to Black and Wild. Juicebox dropped back and didn't see that. Lead still open. But Heartful Metal lands in bound with both feet in bounds before falling out of bounds. Is called lead jammer. Getting calls from his bench to call it off. Power start will be set up for Yalhalla going into Jam 23.
Hey, this is in the armrest for this.
Carolina calls a timeout. It'll be a toy division timeout. Toy Division's an inclusive store and community for anyone who loves toys, video games, collectibles, and everything in between. Make sure you follow Toy Division on Instagram to find out where their next show appearance will be. You can find them on Instagram or via the IHOD link tree, linktr.ee/IHOD. Okay, about to get back into action here. Power start. It's Wombo combo out there as Black and Wild sits in the penalty box.
Wombo dashes out in the front of the pack. Lead jammer coming around in his first scoring pass. Black and Wild is standing. Wombo showing some flash as he slices and dices to the back and brushes his shoulders off. Black and Wild, though, coming out of the box, very quickly escaping, finishing his initial pass. Yalhalla opting to burn some more clock as the game is getting so close to being done. 4-4 on the jam. Wombo trying to kill some penalty, leaving Tally standing in the CVM penalty box.
8-4 jam there in favor of Dallas. 3 minutes to go here in the second half. The score, Dallas 112, Carolina 99. It's going to be T-Puff on the Derby Beast jammer line now, going up against the dude.
The dude.
He's just the dude.
Oh, the dude picking up a cut call. And T-Puff also getting a low block call. This would be a 2-minute jammer swap. Both jammers still on their initial passes.
That also means this jam is now going to go the full 2 minutes, which is not going to leave a whole lot of time on that clock.
Forearm call
Oh
to the
my
dude.
gosh.
Horrible timing for that forearm. Power gem, Carolina. Cambo coming in to play some offense for his jammer. The dude standing as well as Tally. Successful start pass to Yeti. The dude finishes his initial pass. Both jammers on scoring passes now. Just under 30 seconds left in this jam. Under 10 seconds. I believe both jammers have picked up some penalty or some points. 4-4 jam. Should be time for one more jam. Carolina calling a timeout.
"13 points separate these two teams. 16 seconds on the clock. Carolina will be down one blocker when this jam starts.
Though I think Carolina has fielded the right jammer for this situation. Brickyard's got the star on. And she's going up against Wombo. Carolina has opted to give the pivot stripe to Black and Wild, putting a strong pivot on the track as well. Both of those players can jam really well.
So if Dallas can grab lead jam, they will call this jam off quickly, most likely, and end the game.
Valhalla on their feet. Both these through walls digging in. Wombo gets out, get lead, and then as time expires, performs a quick call. We're looking at the unofficial score of 116 for Valhalla to 103 for Wrecking Balls, but we're waiting for the final whistle.
Just waiting on the official whistle. And that's going to do it. The final game of IHOD 2025 is going to go to Dallas as they knock off Carolina 116 to 103, your final. We're going to do MVPs here in just a moment, but thank you everyone for attending IHOD 2025, and for those of you out there on the internets, thank you for tuning in. That's going to do it here for IHOD 2025, but we are going to announce some here in just a moment.